paper if you need one. Committee room B had a near the foods. I realized I'm running out of paper for my room. And take a few pages to. I understand. I understand. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. And it's no, it's true. You can make them up. Oh, really? You can, so there's the what am I saying? Has the
We do not. We just need one more. We are just waiting for quorum. We need one more trustee to dial in. We now have quorum. Would you like me to do the roll call or? Good afternoon, GPC members. We are going to do a quick roll call to make sure that we have quorum. Trustee Michelle Arch is the chair and she is here with us at the boardroom. Trustee Gose.
I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin. Thank you. Trustee Nunziata. Trustee Pei.
Present.
Thank you. And Trustee Skandarajah. We also have Trustee Shan.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. And Trustee Patel.
Trustee Patel is here.
Okay, thank you. We have quorum. Okay, so in the room, we also have Trustee McLean. Could other trustees who are not on the committee and are in the meeting, please call out, give us a heads up?
Trustee King is here online.
Trustee Williams online.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michelle Arts and I'm the chair of the Governance and Policy Committee. Today is Wednesday, January 25th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to committee members, trustees, staff, and members of the public. Please rise if you're able for the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. And Miigwech, please be seated. And I'd also like to acknowledge that today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And if you have not had a chance to check out resources for today or attend an event, there are lots of resources available through the TDSB, and there is also currently a fantastic exhibit on at the ROM right now, which is available from now through till the beginning of September. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin. And I need somebody online.
Patel.
Trustee Patel.
Yep, I heard Trustee Patel first. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? That carries. Next is declarations of possible conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict to declare? Hearing none. Item number 4 is delegations. We did not receive any oral or written delegations for this meeting. So moving on to items under number 5, agenda number 5. We'll begin with item 5.1, which is P100, review of student interest programs, phase 1, and proposed options, admission and application requirements, and seating priorities. And who will be speaking to this? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, it's staff's pleasure to be bringing the report to GPC this evening. Before the board is a work plan that we are seeking for approval this evening. And it outlines in detail the consultation plan that we would be embarking on. Staff will take some time, Chair Arts, to showcase a PowerPoint that we intend to be showing as part of the consultation. I will be asking Diana Pangiotopoulos and Reiko Fuentes to be going through the PowerPoint presentation for your benefit, which also summarizes the report before you. Some elements that I just want to be highlighting. We know that we've been discussing P100 or Central Student Interest Programs in the boardroom for quite some time with many report backs. Staff have been and continue to be wholly committed to be showcasing the implementation impacts of P100, which came into being as part of the vision for the Board of Trustees to be making Central Student Interest Programs have equal accessibility for all students. And the data that we've showcased previously indicated that we're making excellent strides in that regard. Part of our presentation this evening is going to be citing why the Board of Trustees asked for P100 to be framed that way and to be looking at priority groups and achieving equity of access. And it really is connected very tightly to the board's equity policy. The other opportunity that we're wanting to take this evening is to be underscoring the thoroughness and the diligence that was undertaken in regards to the consultation, which of course is outlined in expectation to staff within the policy and the procedure on the creation of policies. And we want to go over some of that data to dispel worries and regrettably perception from the previous Minister of Education who outreached to the board asking for P100 to once again be renewed. And we will do so with diligence. And together with your feedback, making sure that the consultation is robust and putting before the board eventually a draft policy for consultation that reflects the feedback that you give us this evening, as well as in the days ahead before we are ready to launch the consultation as outlined in the work plan. I do ask you on behalf of staff to pay particular attention to the work plan. We have had some conversations recently in regards to the level of participation. So GPC members, this really is an opportunity to be thinking critically about the information that you are going to want to see after the consultation commences. So thank you for the opportunity to turn it now over to Diana and Rico.
Thank you, and through the chair. Good afternoon. This afternoon, as Associate Director Sarisco mentioned, we have a very detailed agenda, so I'm going to ask to flip to the next slide, please. And I'm going to walk you through the agenda because it's quite a bit. So we have a presentation that will provide an overview of the historical background of Policy 100, our current policies and their alignment with the multi-year strategic plan, challenges experienced by students prior to the implementation of Policy 100, the development process of Policy 100, research, the development of a draft student interest program policy for public consultation, and the next steps for your consideration to hold a 2020-2025 public consultation plan. Next slide, please. And I'm going to start with a bit of the historical background. Prior to Policy 100, we had an optional attendance policy, Policy 13. And really what is important to note here is that there were, over time, two key factors that had a great deal of influence on our secondary schools. First was a decline in the overall student population of secondary school students. And second is also the amalgamation of the former boards of education. School staff and trustees address these factors by using specialized programs and optional attendance to attract students during times of declining enrollment. This resulted in an increase of schools of what I'm going to call choice, and this negatively impacted the student population in surrounding schools. Smaller student populations in the other schools led to a narrower selection of courses, fewer courses, and an impact on programs. Of course, it also would impact a school's extracurricular activities, including athletics and clubs. Next slide, please. The work of reviewing this policy and developing the new out-of-area admissions policy, Policy 13, and the student interest program policy, Policy 100, was guided by several documents, and I'm going to bring your attention to them this evening, and sets of recommendations from these documents. The Enhancing Equity Task Force asked for the board to examine practices that resulted in inequitable access to specialized programs. They asked us to examine ways, and they did, to improve access to resources and support so that schools could offer a variety of specialized programs to all students. There was also a review of the impact of the optional attendance policy in terms of the barriers that were created to access programs. In the ETF policy document, it was outlined that we will review policies and procedures with an anti-oppressive approach to understand how our policies may be inadvertently creating barriers, perpetuating outcomes that we are dedicated to challenging and changing. Admission criteria to some of the specialized programs in schools were not necessarily responsive to the wide range of talents and skills that our students have in the TDSP, and this resulted in some students being excluded from some programs. The MYSP, of course, we're familiar with, as well as our equity policy, and we're going to be going through a little bit more information about that. And really, this is a criteria that was used to judge the impact of the MYSP, and the criteria that we should look at is an increase of underserved in-risk students in all specialized programs. Under the umbrella of secondary program review lie these interconnected policies. To create a system of strong neighborhood schools, we need to provide rich programming and increased awareness to courses that support all pathways. And this was key in the secondary program review. Next slide, please. We appreciate the work of the trustees who passed the multi-year strategic plan a year ago outlining the strategic directions. Next slide, please. Underpinning the MYSP is the board's deep commitment to the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to actions. Equity as a guiding principle. It's foundational to all TDSB work, and it is embedded throughout the strategic directions. Next slide, please. So a little bit of information and reminder of the TDSB equity policy, policy 37. Its key objective is to ensure fairness, equity, diversity, and inclusion. It is also meant to eliminate all forms of discrimination. And these are vital principles in the TDSB, and they're integrated into all of our TDSB policies, procedures, programs, operations, and our practices. Next slide, please. In TDSB's equity policy, the trustees and staff recognize that equity of opportunity and equity of access to student programs, services, and resources are critical to the achievement of our students. Next slide, please. Trustees and staff also acknowledge that there is individual and systemic bias, oppression, and discrimination within the system, and that we must take focused, explicit, persistent, and determined actions to identify, challenge, and overcome these. Trustees and staff also recognize that inequitable treatment has led to and continues to lead to educational, social, and career outcomes that do not reflect the abilities, experiences, contributions, and the potential of all of our students. Next slide, please. The equity policy holds at the principles of anti-oppression, anti-racism, non-discrimination, equity, and inclusion. These are addressed by creating essential conditions and responding to individual needs, respecting individual identities, and the intersectionality of multiple identities. In other words, not treating everybody the same. We address needs by providing accommodations and interventions to help them succeed. Next slide, please. The TDSB's equity policy requires trustees and staff to identify and eliminate barriers. The policy states that bias and barriers, whether individual, systemic, or intersecting, must be removed. In other words, students must receive equitable support through their elimination so that they do not experience bias or barriers that limit their equal access, participation, or outcomes. We want all students to achieve their full outcomes, their full potential. Next slide, please. Prior to Policy 100, we faced challenges that were identified at different times. And I'm going to go through some of these challenges and focus on these barriers that you see on the screen ahead in front of you. And why are these barriers? Only promoting programs to schools of choice look to draw in students from certain schools while excluding other schools. Charging applicants an application fee was a barrier. Entrance exams that contain content well beyond the grade 7 and 8 curriculum is a barrier. And we know that some of our students have access to private tutoring, preparation, and supports that other students do not. IEP accommodations were not provided on all entrance exams, auditions, or through the portfolios process. Next slide, please. There are a few more practices that we identify as barriers and were identified as barriers prior to Policy 100 and is the rationale for the policy. We know that students must see themselves reflected in classrooms and in programs. They have told us this repeatedly. Requiring report cards, letters of recommendation, which was a common practice, is very difficult for students, especially our students who are newcomers, especially for students who change schools, or where there is a lack of stability of a teacher throughout the school year. Next slide, please. And we know the data has shown us that students who were able to gain access to the formerly known specialized programs and who was excluded. We can see this from the data that we will share with you again today, as we have in the past. Policy 100 was written to center improving student access to these programs based on student interest. And they were meant to be available for all of our students in a variety of ways across the system. The arts, math, science, tech, cyber arts, IB, and at one point, the high performing, what's now known as the high performing athletes program. So I'm going to go through a little bit of the data. Next slide, please. So looking at the data about who accessed the programs, and this is information that has been shared with the board before. But as a reminder today, here we see data from 2020. This data highlights that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit were fewer than 1% in all of our programs. And of course, we recognize the importance of self-identification here, and also that there are some students that have chosen not to identify over time due to the systemic discrimination and hate that they have faced. We have Black students who were 12% of the overall student population. However, they made up only between 4% and 6% of all of our programs, except for the Elite and Exceptional Athletes program, where they made up 8% of the student population. Latino, Latinx students, who were 2% of the population, were not equitably represented in any of our programs, except for the arts. And Middle Eastern students, who were 6% of the overall student population, were only represented in the specialized programs at 2 to 3%, depending on the program. Next slide, please. The data in the slide in front of you also shows which student populations were more likely to attend the specialized programs. And we can see that East Asian students who made up 12% of the overall TDSB student population had 21% in the cyber arts programs, 18% in math, science, and tech programs, and were 26% of the student population in IB programs. However, they only accounted for 6% in the arts and 3% in elite and exceptional athlete programs. South Asian students, who made up 23% of the overall enrollment in TDSB schools, had 35% enrollment in the math, science, tech programs and 40% in IB. They were underrepresented in the arts at 5%, cyber arts at 9%, and 6% of the elite exceptional athletes programs. Southeast Asian students, who were 4% of the overall TDSB student population, made up 5% of the cyber arts student population. They were represented in math, science, tech programs at 4%, which would be expected, and underrepresented in the arts, IB, and elite exceptional athletes program. Whites, who made up 29% of TDSB's overall secondary enrollment, represented 55% of students in the arts programs, 36% of students in cyber arts, and 63% of students in elite exceptional athletes program. They were underrepresented in math, science, tech programs at 25%, and in IB, where they were 16% of the student population. Next slide, please. When looking at the estimated family income by postal codes for TDSB students, 38% of all students in centralized programs come from the top 3 deciles of income. This disproportionality is especially noticed in our secondary specialized school of the arts programs, with 40% of all students in the top 3, according to our data from 2020. This is disproportionately 8 to 10% greater than the TDSB overall. And I'm now going to turn it over to Reiko Fuentes.
Very much. Next slide, please. I'm going to speak briefly about the policy development process that was followed in 2021 when the Student Interest Program policy was first written. In PR 501, the policy development and management procedure, the term of consultation is defined. And really the key piece here, this is a two-way communication between the board and many groups of individuals, both within the board and within the broader community, to seek input and gather that feedback regarding options, alternative courses of action, and/or directions to help inform the board's decision-making. Next slide, please. In addition to the internal work that's done, these external consultations play a key role in the process. There are numerous purposes to the consultations as shown on the slide in front of you, but I'd like to draw particular attention to the last few nuggets. It's key to engage those voices traditionally marginalized or silenced, to identify the unintended effects for members of disenfranchised groups and communities, and to understand the impact on equity of opportunity, access, and outcomes. And lastly, to balance contrasting perspectives. In a public consultation, there are some participants with a high degree of agency who will have no trouble advocating and voicing opinion and input. But very intentional work was done to hear the voices of those who might not come to delegate or to speak in a larger webinar or public meeting. Next slide, please. The public consultation was held from November 1st, 2021 until December 17th, 2021, just before the winter break. During that public consultation, it began with an email to all TDSB families and staff, and that included the students and parents, guardians when students were in grades 6 and up. There was an invitation to participate in the public consultation process. We provided reminders to register and to participate in one of the 3 virtual webinar consultation meetings, and also reminders to participate, complete, and submit the Qualtrics survey. I'd also like to note that the invitation was translated into 20 different languages, and these 20 invitations were available on the consultation website. Next slide, please. When we found that we had members of the TDSB community and families where there was not a contact email address within the school information system, phone call invitations were then made to all of those families, again, to ensure that everyone was aware of the public consultation that was taking place. We had ongoing promotion through social media, the main banner on the TDSB homepage. We had printed flyers that were posted in every Toronto Public Library. We also worked to coordinate small virtual gatherings. We worked with our community engagement workers who support the Model Schools for Inner Cities communities, speaking with small groups, making sure that we were listening and hearing to the experiences of nearly 100 community members through these small group conversations. Next slide, please. A key part of the public consultation was our survey. Not only was it available through Qualtrics online, we also had a PDF version, and hard copies were available upon anyone's request in any of our TDSB schools. These hard copy surveys were collected anonymously in sealed envelopes and returned to the board. 7,800 community members accessed the online survey. Not all of these folks who started the survey completed the entire part, but some data was gathered from their participation. But there were 3,688 respondents who completed the survey. And this, of course, was divided between parent, guardians, caregivers, students, and staff members in a variety of different roles. Next slide, please. There were several meetings that were conducted, again, making sure that we were hearing different voices and perspectives. Before the consultation began, we had a pre-consultation meeting with representatives from all of our community advisory committees who gave us strong feedback on how they recommended we run the consultation sessions themselves. We held a meeting with the student trustees as the Student Senate was not yet elected at the time. We then had a follow-up consultation meeting with our community advisory committees. We hosted 3 webinar consultations. We had nearly 2,000 people registered to participate, and interpreters were requested and provided in more than 15 different languages for these 3 sessions that ran both in the afternoon and in the evening to try to be as available and accessible to our community members as possible. Next slide, please. As part of our communication, all of our communications, there were links to the Specialized School and Programs Policy website, as well as the Policy Review website of the TDSB. And during the 6-week period, we had over 25,000 hits, lands on the Specialized Program website, and nearly 4,000 times people visited the Policy Review website. So again, we could see the peaks in activity after communications went up. Again, trying to share this information to make sure that we were reaching as many folks as possible. And again, regularly the engagement data was shared with trustees through Trustees Weekly and after the public consultation process. I'd now like to hand it over to research, so passing it to David Cameron from research. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Reiko. Good evening, everybody. So this was previously presented to folks at the board. It was a research scan of a variety of ways that jurisdictions approach disparity and opportunity, especially when it comes to scarcity and resources like a special interest program or a special interest school. Often they have balanced back and forth between lottery systems and performance-based application processes. It's often very political, as is the case here in the CSIP program that we're talking about. Next slide. So we looked at Canada and we looked at jurisdictions in the US, jurisdictions in the UK, and we looked at the jurisdictions in a variety of different jurisdictions, and then looked at South America as well, in different places. And it is, like, as I said before, the lottery mechanisms in place do often create situations, especially when they are balanced for the disparities in opportunity. But at the same time, that creates tension in community, and also tension inside of what's going on with often with special interest programs and school choice programs that have very specific criteria that is part of their application process. So it does become complicated. Okay, next slide. And you can go to the next slide. Scan, please. Thank you. So basically, some important considerations in reviewing this information. This is coming from the OECD, which looks at around 78 countries and jurisdictions when they're doing the work. Is the plans to take parental choice into consideration and think about mechanisms for balancing the demographic makeup of the school. So that's a big idea in terms of who has opportunity, who doesn't have opportunity, and what opportunities are there. Are there disparities in opportunity, and how does a public school system like Toronto, as an example, TDSB, monitor that and attend to that in some way, shape, or form? The other piece of the puzzle to consider is the conditions through which schools control intake and application processes that tends to lead to certain biases just by the nature of the scarcity of the seats available and the kind of political and local pressure that exists around community to get students into those spaces. And the other piece of this is to ensure to understand underrepresentation and try to ensure that somehow the jurisdiction addresses that, or the public education institution addresses underrepresentation. Next slide. So there's again, there is a variety of different ways that people considered that. Some ways are neighborhood school models, but neighborhood school models often limit access, as we know, in relation to controlling intake. The other idea is criteria, is skills-based admissions policies. They often can affect the challenge there is they can school-based admission processes, as I mentioned earlier, do have some biases, and they can also create criteria that have that require previous opportunity, previous skills and previous opportunities that may or may not have occurred in the previous grades, from elementary school into grade 7 and 8, and so on. Okay. Next slide. So just to wrap this up, the skills-based, so the data isn't really clear in terms of skills-based, the admission process, in terms of what would be the most appropriate approach to this work. It's clear that lottery systems have been tried and can be successful. It's also clear that there are also tension inside of school scarcity in relation to this work. When you monitor disparity in terms of opportunity and you try to address those opportunities, which is a really important piece of the puzzle, there does create some tension in this. But jurisdictions, there hasn't been a jurisdiction that really has resolved these kinds of issues in their particular attempts. Okay. I think we can skip, through the rest of these, unless you want me to address meritocracy and ideologies and things. To research findings, which is slide, which is the slide 32, if you would mind. Okay. So just to finish this idea, so to date, while we looked at enrollment, we looked at the enrollment patterns of the grades 10 to 12 in terms of the previous, as a way to get a previous marker before the application process changed to create seats for addressing underrepresentation that Executive Superintendent Pangiotopoulos just shared. And we looked at grade 9 in the first year. We've only had a full year to really get at this in relation to the application process to look at any differences. And we can see here when you're looking at the CSIP program. Now, we didn't break it down by, in this instance, by individual types of interest programs, the arts as an example, or the IB program, or elite athlete, or what have you. But we did look at, generally looked at the representation across that to see what was initially happening in terms of the application process, and did we see some success. And you can see here in the data that that there is differences in terms of representation. As an example, in the grade 9 program, in the CSIP grade 9 program, our students that identify as Black are at 12%, which is the representation of the whole board. In grades 10 to 12, they were only at 7%. So we are seeing some effects in the application process. That's very encouraging, given what we've noticed about the historically constraining or disparate opportunities inside of the special interest programs historically, and also compared to TDSB in terms of demographics as a whole. So we're seeing some really encouraging signs here in relation to the policy. The policy seems to be working and doing what it was intended to do. Next slide. You can look at family income as well in terms of this, and you can see there's a difference in when you're looking at now. Remember the blue bar chart is the students enrolled in grades 10 to 12, and the orange bar chart is admitted students in grade 9 that were admitted after we changed the application process. And TDSB in the gray is a comparison of TDSB as a whole. Give you a chance to look at that. So when you look at that, what you're really looking at is the relationship. You can see here in the grades 10 to 12 when you look at high income, middle income, and low income kids students. So that's divided into 30 percentiles in terms of thirds of our city. You can see that in the grades 10 to 12, the high income is represented at 44% instead of 30% of the city in terms of the third. So they're overrepresented in terms of high income. And when you look at the grade 9, which is the orange bar chart, you can see that there's been a readjustment or a movement. You can see that in the low income as well, in terms of the grade 9 versus the grade 10 to 12. So you can see that there is some income opportunities based on students' postal income in their particular postal codes. You can see that there's a shift back to what the TDSB that's more representative of income in terms of family income across the TDSB. I'll pass it back to Executive Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
We're going to continue on now to look at our next steps for the 2025 public consultation. I do just want to mention the data that was provided in the last two slides was also shared with trustees in the report that was shared at GPC in May of 2024 with a bit more detail and depth for your reference. So as outlined in the policy review work plan, there are areas for consideration during this policy review process. A draft policy must be developed before we can develop a survey or a detailed format for the public consultation. And today we are seeking your input for the development of that draft policy. Next slide, please. So at the heart of the discussion around the student interest program policy are two central factors. On the one hand is the admissions and the applications processes that we have in place for our interested students. So what are applicants expected to do in order to be considered for a central student interest program, and how is that judged? And on the other hand is the seatings and the priorities. So how are spots that are available in programs allocated to applicants? Next slide, please. So when we talk about admissions and applications, there are several possible approaches that we may wish to include as part of our draft policy for the public consultation. Our first is the expression of interest as we have standing currently in P100. So the expression of interest that's created by the applicant and is verified for completeness. Another possible approach is to have an expression of interest that then is evaluated against a benchmark or a set of criteria, and only expressions of interest that meet that criteria will then move on and be considered. Another possible approach would be ability-based criteria. So whether that be an audition, an examination, a portfolio, with some sort of a benchmark or a threshold that would need to be met. And only the applicants meeting that threshold would be considered for admissions. Or there could be ability-based criteria, which is evaluated. And then admissions are then based on the evaluation of the submitted work by the applicant. But I think that it is also important to note in any of these four particular possible approaches, if you could click, please, that the alignment with the TDSB's equity policy, our strategic directions, and the board's equity-focused guiding principles decreases with each step along this continuum. As we look at seating and setting priorities and how we assign seats that are available in programs, again, that there's a variety of approaches that are possible. The first would be, as it stands now currently in P100, where again, we have the prioritization of First Nation, Métis, and Inuit applicants, underserved and underrepresented groups, and female identifying applicants in our math, science, and technology programs, followed by a random selection process. Another option or possible approach would be the prioritization of only our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit applicants, and then moving to a random selection process. We could fill seats only using a random selection process with no prioritization, or admissions could be based on evaluated applications. And again, it's important to note that alignment with our equity policy, the strategic directions of the board, and our equity-focused guiding principles decreases with each step along this continuum. Next slide, please. So as mentioned already, our current practices in P100 that was put in place in 2022, for admissions and applications, we have that expression of interest that's created, and the seating and priorities first are of our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit applicants, then with a percentage of seats that aligns with representation in the board of underserved groups, and in our MST programs where 50% of seats are put aside for female identifying applicants, and then moving to a random selection process. So that is an outline of the approaches that we have currently in P100. Next slide, please. In the former policy, so optional attendance that was put in place historically and where we were moving from, the former policy, as it was outlined, dealt with admissions and applications where students were to be selected subject to meeting required admissions criteria. And these admissions criteria were set by individual schools. Often this included ability-based criteria, but not always. And the seating and the priorities, again, as it was outlined in the policy, if more students met the criteria, then there were spaces available. Students were to be admitted through a lottery process. Next slide, please. But in reality, this looked quite different in many of our programs and schools. Again, the ability-based criteria were evaluated and admissions were based on the results of those evaluations. Some of the problems in some different programs were that these benchmarks or criteria that were used were not transparently communicated to the broader community. We may have created benchmarks or thresholds that really only allowed the very few at the very top of the results to be offered placement. So either those who scored over, say, 95% on an entrance exam, or eligibility criteria like those who scored in the top 60. That was part of what you had to do to be eligible, and those were the 60 students that might be offered placement. Again, and having these set individually by schools, there was no oversight around the criteria benchmarks, and there was no consistency between schools with similar programs, nor was there necessarily consistency over time. And the seating and the priorities was often based on the evaluated applications. Next slide, please. So in terms of our next steps, here we are today on January 27th at GPC, where we are seeking feedback from trustees regarding the approach that we should take in the admissions and applications section of the draft policy, and the approach that should be taken for the seatings and the priorities practices for part of the draft policy. And again, it's around that draft policy that we will be able to build our consultation process. We are seeking your feedback today at governance and policy, as well as your feedback in the upcoming 2 weeks via email, which is provided in the report that has been submitted through eScribe. Next slide, please. We will then take your feedback again today and from what you provide to us to draft the policy that will be prepared and will be brought back to GPC in April. Additionally, at that time, we will then prepare an outline of the public consultation, the meeting content, how we intend to conduct the public meetings, whether they are webinars online or in person. And if approved, then the report will go to board on May the 21st to allow us to begin the public consultation process. Next slide, please. So at that point, the revised policy, the draft that we will be centering the public consultation around, will be posted on the public website. And the timeline that we're looking at is from June until November, obviously with a pause for the year, the end of the school year, the summer, and for school startup. Public consultation will then will obviously include the basic requirements as outlined in the work plan, involving the community advisory committees, involving the student senate, and a survey that will be conducted where important data will be gathered. Next slide, please. But it will also include many other factors. So we will continue to partner again with the TDSB community engagement workers to support our outreach to harder to reach communities. There will be public meetings, both virtual and in person. We'll be scheduling meetings with students and schools from across the system. We will look to conduct a virtual meeting for school council representatives who are interested in participating, and a virtual meeting for TDSB staff, both school-based and centrally assigned staff. Next slide, please. So finally, in summary, as with all policy reviews, the TDSB is committed to an open, fulsome, and accessible public consultation process for P100. The process, again, must be centered around this draft policy, so we can't emphasize enough how important that draft is that we put together for the work that we will do. Again, it's important that our draft policy be compliant with the policy framework, the equity policy, and other applicable board policies, but we require your direction and input related to the consideration points in order to develop this draft policy. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, we will take some time for questions now. First on the list, I have Trustee Pay, and then I have Trustee McLean and Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for a very comprehensive report. I have a few questions to ask you. Number one, I would ask regarding the name change from specialized programs to a student interest program. So what is really this name change for? In other way, I'm asking why we need to make change the name.
Thank you. And through the chair, it better reflected the approach that was being taken. Central, of course, refers to that it became a centralized, centrally designed methodology, and student interests programs was better representative of students who may be putting forward applications.
So what's the mandate for the specialized program in the past? What's the mandate for student interest program now? How they're different?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. Could you please rephrase that, Trustee Pei?
I want to know what's the mandate for the specialized program in the past, and what's the mandate for student interest program right now, how they are different. I just want to understand why we want to make that name change.
I'll say again, Trustee Pei, that really was a reflection of a new approach to enabling equitable access for all students conducted centrally to pursue interests. And the programs that that are across the board, math, science, and technology, arts, et cetera, reflect student interests.
Okay, I understand that part, but I don't understand what's the mandate for the past the specialized program. What's the mandate for that? Why the board have a specialized program in the past? What's the reason?
So in the past, prior to Policy 100, individual schools really did set their own mandates.
So where are they then?
Sorry, Trustee Pei, I'm going to suggest that you go back to the secondary review, because there is quite extensive research and data on where all of this started. And Mr. Felson can correct me, but I believe at the time there were on the books technically 215, somewhere in that range, specialized programs or special programs that are just not defined as something separate than just going to school. And review showed that, central review of that showed that we actually didn't have a lot of those, that we weren't reporting up. There was no structure. And there's also information about some of the programs in terms of their legacy. They came from the former boards. They have just essentially been allowed to continue. The secondary review is extremely comprehensive and actually goes into the fact that nobody in the almost 25 years of the TDSB, there wasn't a central check-in of these programs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking staff a question. What's the mandate for the specialized program in the past? Very simple question, mandate.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, it will be helpful for staff to answer the question if we understand, Trustee Pei, what your question relates to the work plan and the consultation plan going forward. The previous policy and the vision for the programs previously was always aligned to policy. It went through consultation. Board of Trustees asked for achieving the goal of equitable access, the policy was changed, the name was changed to align to that approach. At the
Okay, just
direction
like
of the
me
board.
rephrase my questions. I just want to, okay, you said goal. What's the goal for the specialized program in the past? Why we have a specialized program at our board in the past? What's the goal for that? I understand because of the whole narrative, why we change from one program to another program with different mandate, different goal. So tell me what's the goal for the past program?
Okay, Trustee Pei, I'm going to go back. This is your prior learning. We are considering the work plan in front of us for an upcoming draft policy and review. So if trustees need prior learning, we can direct you to the documents those are associated with. We could find the old
We'd be pleased to,
out of area attendance policies
certainly.
and share those as well. But staff are looking
Sorry,
for
Madam Chair.
feedback now
Actually,
on the consultation
Yes.
coming forward.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I do know the goal, but I just want to know whether staff is willing to tell me the goal under the mandate.
Um,
A very simple
Sorry.
question. I just understand why I'm not getting it.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Trustee Pei, staff have fulfilled the mandate of the board. I think that the heart of your question, if I may infer correctly, is why there was a change. And that was at the discussion among the Board of Trustees and direction to staff. The policy was at the direction of the Board of Trustees.
I understand. I just asked a very simple question. What's the goal for the special work in the past? Is that for strive for academic excellence? Yes or no?
With respect, through you, Chair, I am going to cite that I don't think that this question is relevant. Staff's opinion is not relevant to the report that is before the board and the committee. And again, I'll underscore that this was at the direction of the Board of Trustees, cited repeatedly, particularly in the equity policy, as well as the policy on policy development and the procedure. That cites at the outset repeatedly achieving equitable access and closing disproportionate outcomes for students.
Thank you. I asked a very simple question. Unfortunately, I'm not even get a simple answer here. That's okay. I move on. So my next question is, who came up with this name, Student Interest Program? By staff or by external consultancy company?
Sorry, could you repeat that? The last part didn't come through very
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, who came up with this name change, Student Interest Program? Is this by staff or by external consulting company?
Thank you, and through the chair, ultimately, the policy in its entirety, including its title, was approved by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm asking who came up with the name? Is the staff came up with the name or external consulting company would pay them to come up with this name?
Sorry, I'm just checking in terms of there was no external consulting company associated with the secondary review. That was an internal review to the board.
Thank you.
Sorry,
And
Madam
through
Chair,
the chair,
I'm asking for the name.
Thank you. Staff are not going to be responding to that question. It's not relevant to the decision and the discussion at the committee that staff are asking for. Thank you.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. I don't think the staff is quite here because a lot of the parents and students ask me the program, the change, the name change. They ask me whether the focus has been changed. There were about, academic excellence being watered down through this program, through the name change. So I'm asking you a very simple question. Who came up with this name? And how much we pay for the name if we hire external consultants company?
So the answer to that was no, there was no external consultant. So there was nobody was paid to do that. And the name was adopted by the board.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, next question I'm going to ask for consultation process. In previous survey, we have a close to 3,700 parents, students, or educators who complete the survey. So why there was no single word of lottery mentioned in that survey?
Why wasn't lottery mentioned in the survey?
Why wasn't the word lottery? Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Pei, I am not aware of the word lottery being used during consultation or not. That was before my time with the board. What I can say is during the consultation, certainly staff heard a variety of perspectives from the many individuals and groups that were consulted. That forms one element of consideration. Staff, in its duty to draft a policy to come before the board, must adhere to the policies and the procedures. And one of the policy statements is that in order to draft a policy, we must uphold the equity policy, which cites very clearly that we need to be reducing barriers and enabling equitable access. Staff took the multitude of ideas and considerations heard from the many participants in the consultation, and as well as looking across jurisdictions, and made the operational decision of introducing a lottery to for priority groups to attain the appropriate representation based on the enrollment of our student population.
Okay, I understand. Associate Director Surisco, you are not on board when the policy next. So can any of your staff answer my question? Why there's no single lot of word mentioned in that survey? If you don't mind, through Madam Chair, I can remind you there's a community report that was a survey questions was published in 2021.
Sorry, I'm just referring to past documents to see whether I can be providing insight to the heart of your question. So I'm going to read from the consultation report. No conclusion can be made on the admissions criteria based on the feedback to date. Many respondents commented that the application to specialized schools and programs should include some sort of merit-based criteria, while others believe that looking at the best fit for the student and their interests should come first. There was also no clear direction on the use of a lottery for admissions. However, if a lottery is to be used, respondents agreed that it should be made public. Quoting from a public report that cited the word lottery, that I'm inferring as well. I wasn't here. I'm not sure, Trustee Pei, if you were here, but it sounds from the summary that a lottery was considered and deliberated. Thank you. I hope that reassures you.
I'm really sorry. When I look at their survey itself, I have the report with me. There's no single word about lottery. I don't know how I can deliver this report, to the staff. So let me see.
Which report are you referring to?
Yes, I'm trying to
Katie
pull.
Sirsko?
Thank you, through the chair. Let me see if I can
This is
pull
a
it up
report
for a
called
date.
Toronto District School Board Student Interest Program Policy Community Consultation.
Yep, that's the one I'm looking at as well.
Yeah, but if you look at the actual survey, there's no single word mentioned about lottery. There's no question asked whether the parent student, they will be favor lottery or not a favor lottery. If you look at page 31.
So can, clarification, the overall report on the consultation involved all of the consultations, the feedback that came across, summarized the feedback came across all of the consultations, which the survey was only one portion of.
That is correct. And if I may, through the chair, say we would be very pleased to be supporting Trustee Pay's questions in regards to where was cited the conversation of the use of a lottery and the opinions we heard from those consulted. Again, respectfully, Chair, before committee is a work plan to embark on consultations. Staff are certainly inferring from Trustee Pay that using the word lottery, discussing lottery is discussed openly. That is already cited in the work plan as a discussion point and was shared today in the PowerPoint. I'm wondering whether we could move on. Thank you.
Okay, if you look at Appendix C in that report, that's going to be a survey there. There's no single word about the lottery.
Again, respectfully through the chair, I think we're looking backwards and not forwards. And we understand from Trustee Pay's questions that he is wanting to have a transparent conversation about lotteries, and that is included in the work plan in today's report.
So Madam Chair, so in the future consultation, are the staff planning to put the lottery in the survey form, or is it in the webinars or any community consultation? Just talk about people whether they're in favor of lottery or they're not in favor of lottery. Just ask a simple question like that, so everybody can understand.
Thank you, and through the chair, Trustee Pay, yes, please be assured that that will be a discussion point within the consultation process, and it is summarized in the work plan before you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. So regarding implementation,
Trustee Pay,
okay.
do you want, Trustee Pay,
Yeah.
your time is up. Would you like to go back on the list?
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Really appreciate stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean.
Initially, my question is for Dr. Cameron. You took us, Dr. Cameron, you took us through, you were sharing about different jurisdictions wrestling with the whole concept of skill-based or meritocracy and lottery systems, and that are there any systems, to the best of your knowledge, that have attempted to do a combination of the two?
Yeah, they all have struggled back and forth with it, Trustee McLean. So it's a really good question. The challenge is, when is it appropriate for, because a merit-based system or a skill-based system is exactly what happens at university and colleges, the application processes, GPAs, all of that. That whole part of the puzzle happens in almost all jurisdictions, but the students are 18, 17, 18. So one of the insights that the OECD, that's the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, really looks carefully at, where is it where is it appropriate to limit or enhance access to these particular programs or specialized programs, special interest programs, charter schools? Where is it appropriate to start a skill-based admissions process? And when they've looked at 78 countries, they've argued that it's at around age 16, which is around grade 11 for us. So there isn't necessarily a clean line through this. There has been a whole merit-based system. Many systems have used merit-based admissions processes that often creates inequitable outcome as part of the puzzle. When you put in a complete lottery, you do have tension inside that in terms of protected seats and who gets seats, and that kind of the randomization of that process is difficult, but it does serve to create opportunities. You can establish representation, like you saw in the data that we just shared with everybody about the grade 9 versus the grade 10 to 12. So no, there isn't a real through line that makes a lot of sense about one or the other. That's what obviously we're going to be struggling with, and that's what the consultation struggled with. And I imagine our next consultation and our next conversation is going to struggle with that. What is the appropriate idea around merit-based work? I know we've struggled with this at the board around passion and interest, and how much is that as a merit-based situation. From a research perspective, you should never inhibit or constrain opportunities for people who are 13 years old.
Thank you. So there are no jurisdictions then that attempt to put, for example, something like 20% of the program available on a meritocracy point and have 80% open for a lottery, or a three-term approach, having some skill-based applications, some benefits or spaces put aside for selected groups in need of equity accommodation, and then a lottery for the vast majority. None of the jurisdictions anywhere have tried a combined approach.
I think they all have tried different ways at it and have had varying successes, whether they do a partial merit-based system. So I know New York has a very large and elite test that they give, and they have gone back and forth. New York City, this is with how do you build a lottery system or protect seats in terms of that work, and it wasn't very successful in relation to that. I think that's a very complicated idea in terms of the work, but yeah, there is. I'm sure there are examples of jurisdictions that have tried to blend these different ideas together. One of the challenges, obviously, is that so much of an idea about who is deserved of a particular seat when they're 13 years old is dependent on their previous opportunities at grades 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So inequity of opportunity is front and center. It's very difficult to decipher between what is something that is merit-based, meritocracy, versus what is something that is just that some people have had more access to have a chance at figuring out than other folks, and what's the role of public education in grade 9 in the first place. So philosophically, there's challenges inside of the work as well, but certainly there are jurisdictions that have tried to do that kind of thing with protected seats. I think there's a lot of tension in it.
Okay, thank you.
The Philadelphia is another one. One of my research colleagues has this texted me that also tried a combination of those two, and to varying success, right? Like none of these places have cracked the code on equity. So to be clear, it's a complicated situation.
That part I'm familiar with. Thank you. I guess I want to pivot a little bit and seeing if there's data around, because we've been operational for a little while now in these programs. Is there data, and I'm not interested in, I want to be clear, I'm not interested in grade point averages because I don't really think that that's relevant, but I do think it's relevant as to whether our change in who's accessing these programs has altered the breadth of the program that the educators have been able to deliver. If in the past, you had systematically determined who was best ready to go on the journey of some of these programs, theoretically at least, having no experience in any of them, that you might be able to start at a different point and you might be able to advance at a different rate through the program. You might have to spend less time, introducing specific topics or less time teaching specific topics. So I'm curious to see if we've checked with our educators as to whether, because they've done these programs before, they've had these programs before, and whether they've found that actually the delivering of them is different in that they can't get as far or they have to, it takes longer to, I'm just curious as to their reactions, even if they are anecdotal in nature and not necessarily definitive.
Thank you. And through the chair, I will begin and invite my colleagues to join the discussion. I think the question really is about our reporting back on the implementation and the impact of Policy 100 as it is written thus far. And I'm hearing interest in student outcome data as well as student experience and educator experience. And staff are certainly gathering that information as well as providing support for our educators as well as school leaders that, as always, we'll be very pleased to be sharing. The successes, the challenges, the continued opportunities with the Board of Trustees as our report backs are scheduled.
Thank you. And through the chair, when we did this back then, I offered this concept of this blended model around what was possible. Could we not do? I'm always in favor of and as opposed to or. So I was trying to figure out, could these be done at the same time? Could we do this? And still, most of the challenges about the meritocracy were around the fact that they weren't central and they weren't the same, application processes. It was subjective. There was ways to get around that and make them more standardized. But I guess so my question about the educator experience would be relevant to whether we were even going to open up the potential in consultation to a blended model. Like if there was something to be said for doing that, we would have to kind of do that as we were doing the consultation period. It would, it's run a cycle. This is the point at which we analyze a little bit and pivot if it's appropriate. We don't want to pivot. We don't want to fix it if it's not broken. But if it could use mending, then we would like to do that. So I'll make that. And so my last point in the time that I have, is there any data available around the amount of students who enter the program and then leave? They found it too difficult. It wasn't what they thought it was going to be, and they withdrew from the program. Or so I'm curious in that data to see in a comparative sense those two at that point.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for the feedback, Trustee McLean. I will say that as you know, as the committee knows, we're going out in a consultation phase earlier than staff would be recommending because we wanted to have the breadth of 3 years of policy implementation so we could get to the heart of what you're wondering. What is the educator experience? What are the struggles? What are the challenges to inform any changes to our approach? What I can be saying is that in this consultation, even we don't necessarily have data to be sharing ahead of the consultation scheduled, but I'm very confident that we'll be hearing experiences through the consultation as well as whatever data that we can be gleaning, we'll share with the board. But we don't have the educator experience in a data form right now to be sharing ahead of the timeline that is before you, if that makes sense. The feedback that you provide us tonight, the discussion that has been happening, the range of options that we put up on screen earlier will help inform the new draft that we put before the board and before going for consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, through you. Staff is asking for feedback, so I'm just going to ramble some thoughts that I have in three main areas. Sorry, I'll sit back a little bit. One is, I mean, I was here for these discussions, so I know that the initial thought was exactly as Dr. Cameron said. Many kids were getting into the program through an audition or portfolio because of their social capital, that they had tutors or they had professional lessons or they had all kinds of other things. Nothing inherently wrong with that. That's great, except that it really butted against my goal of public education, is where kids develop their passions. So I was very supportive of removing an auditions-based entry point, and I still am, just to be clear. But I do think there could maybe be some other considerations for staff. I've never been a fan of quotas. I think that's just from my history in terms of, I've made the story before. My mother was Jewish and a woman, and as a result, couldn't go to medical school. It didn't matter how qualified or skilled she was, quotas prohibited that. But the board did vote to put some sort of system in the policy. So I'm asking for consideration of removal of that. I think if it's if a lottery is meant to provide equity of access, then based on the populations within our system, there would be more equitable opportunity for kids to actually get accepted. So that's one point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make was, I remember Dr. Cameron talked before about the kind of like the age of 16 or grade 11 and 12 as being when kids are a little bit more developed. And that's really the Finnish model. The Finnish model has everything's kind of the same, and you only really do your specialisting the last 2 years of secondary school. So I'm wondering if staff might consider in all these schools that house these programs that grade 9 and 10 is more general. And kids actually only get the specialized, special interest programming for grades 11 and 12. Because I really believe in the goal of public education, which is opportunity for all, and then get a sense of what your passion is. So I agree that when you're 13 or 14, you're more inclined to pick a program because your friend is going to the program than that you're really interested in the program. So I'm wondering if that could be a consideration. And then the other point that I think is critical to this, again, based upon my experience, just because we're consulting doesn't mean the highest number of answers wins. Not as though it's win-loss. But there have been consultations in this board where the board has made a different decision than the majority voice that we have heard through consultation because it is the right decision to make. It's not the loudest voice. It's not the most privileged voice. It's the right voice. And I think you kind of mentioned that as you did the arrows going up and down in terms of these decisions decrease equity of opportunity, these decisions lower equity of opportunity. So I think we really need to make clear in any consultation that goes out there that we want to hear from everyone, but we also have to make it clear that that 51% of this doesn't mean that's what we're doing as a school board. We still must rely on, and this is where staff for me plays a critical role. You're the educators and you're the research experts. We have to rely on you to give us your best advice as governors of the system based upon your expertise and your understanding of the role of policy that guides what's the best possible outcome for our students. So my expectation is you will hear all the feedback, but I'm still relying on you as the professionals to put some options out there, because I think it's far easier to react to something than start from a blank page. But at the end of the day, sorry, I know my time is up. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I made my points.
Do you want to go back on the list?
Sure.
Thank you. Next is Trustee King.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, staff, for the background that you provided. I think that context setting is and will continue to be important in framing these conversations as we move forward. Starting with just some thoughts on the work plan. For me, this is a little bit of a difficult starting place. The changes that were made for student interest were based on identified barriers in the way that things were previously done. It is really difficult for me to comment without understanding how much we've actually impacted the changes that we were seeking to make. And I understand the point made earlier from the associate director. We only have the 1.5 years of implementation at this point, and I think this is again where we would have benefited from having the conversation later on. But I really feel that along with whatever data that we have right now, hearing the experiences of those that are in the programs, those that have participated in the process of application, whether they are accepted or not, those that are part of the underserved groups that were sought to be supporting with the program. For me, that's a natural starting place to enter the conversation, understanding that there's also the broader consultation that comes with that as well. So I'm just wondering if staff have any comment or gave any consideration to the starting point here. And I think it's also to Trustee Laskin's point too about there has to be something kind of concrete here, I think, to anchor the consultation in. And I'm just wondering if there was any thought about the starting point here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Trustee King. Regrettably, this would be part of the evaluation that we would be conducting before renewing. So we have absolute data that we have shared in regards to who has accessed the program, but in terms of the qualitative information. I think that we are going to glean that through this consultation likely as people who are in the program want to elevate their experiences, either from families who were able to access, didn't access students in the program, and so on. But I'll invite any of my colleagues who wish to contribute further than what I've said.
Thank you. And through the chair, I appreciate the suggestion, and we were certainly planning and will consult and speak to students that are currently in the program, as well as students through the application process. We have asked for feedback as part of the application process in terms of ease of the application process. So that is certainly something we can look at possibly extending as well. Thank you.
We will certainly take the interest back. This is two trustees who have are wondering about this as the next policy is in development, and staff will give it due consideration if there's any way that we can elevate experience before we speak again. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So as a follow-up, then one of my other suggestions would be to give some consideration to setting the conditions for safe sharing from those that will be sharing from their experiences in the program. If I just think anecdotally of some of what I've heard, the subject of dropping out of a program might not relate necessarily to the ability to keep up or perform. It might be related to experiences of belonging or otherwise. And I think it's really important, again, that there's braver, safer places where that can be shared very honestly so that there's meaningful feedback getting incorporated. Also on, thank you. Okay. Also on consultations, so we know with the multi-year strategic plan, some of the feedback that came back from folks came back indicating there's some folks that simply are not in alignment with our underpinning of equity. They don't agree with that as the foundational approach. It would stand to reason then that I think we would hear some similar feedback, given that this entire approach and program very much relates to that strategy and that goals. So my question is, in receiving and evaluating feedback that comes back through consultations, how will staff be able to give consideration to what comes from City of Toronto or not, what comes from those that have participated in program or not, and also the weight. Is there a different degree to which different feedback is considered?
Thank you, and through the chair, that is the question, isn't it? How do we address some of the concerns that we are hearing from those, Trustee King, that you characterize as not necessarily having the same dedication, I'll say, to the equity values that are written in policy, while adhering and elevating and ensuring that we're closing disproportionate outcomes, enabling access. I think Trustee Laskin shared one concept of model where interest programs actually migrate to entry at grade 11. So there are other concepts that I think that would be more of a blended consideration. And this will be the work of our policy experts, our equity team, a cross interdisciplinary team making up all of the departments within the board with the best minds and considerations. Ultimately, we will be giving you advice that upholds the policies while trying to balance what we hear. And of course, it will be turned over to trustees for deliberation. We'll likely have different models, go over the strong elements of the model, the concerns that we would have for your consideration. So please know that we'll give our very best thinking. We'll be looking to other jurisdictions, their successful implementation or their continued struggles. But please know, and I say this to any members of the public who are listening, that staff will be listening very, very intently to elevate experiences, and hopefully consultation is a two-way communication mechanism. So the slide deck that we prepare, like we did this evening, hopefully will share some of the challenges that were previously experienced, some of the research, so that we too are sharing with individuals who may not fully have endorsed the approach prior to learning about the positive impacts that we're seeing thus far.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And then my final question, comment, you've actually responded to already. So I'm very encouraged to know that although that you have asked about admission application and placement, it sounds like you're open to slightly different structure or some other possibilities that might unfold. We're not so narrowly looking at those pots. So thank you. I think that's very helpful. That's it for me, Chair.
Okay, that's all your questions?
Yes, that's all.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Next is Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for this comprehensive report. And I'm happy to see some progress, and but I do have some concerns and questions in this. You know, the surveys were done during pandemic, and I believe, to you, Madam Chair, nothing was done in person. Am I correct?
Sorry, through you, Chair. The public consultation meetings that were held in 2021 were entirely virtual.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, do we have data available by LC about the results of the surveys?
Through the chair, we do have data showing the participation rates by learning centers in the survey, in the webinars and public consultation meetings. The data was not disaggregated by learning center.
Thank you. To you, Madam Chair, I mean, we rely on LC model, which we have seen in the past. And we do base the fundamental changes we are trying to make of these programs where, because it carried from the previous board, which areas are they impacted. These were the all talking points, the consultation process, the trustees' arguments were based on. And then, like one of my trustee colleague commented on this, that majority does not make a voice. But if we do not have that data, over here, majority is a voice. If I don't see those data, because there are programs which are impacted, there are students who are impacted, because in order to achieve equity, we are sacrificing excellence. When I voted in favor
Trustee
of
Page,
this,
sorry, Trustee Patel. Sorry. God. Ugh.
Did I do something wrong?
Yes.
Right.
Could you please refrain, and all trustees, please refrain from using language that impugns the programs or makes judgments about the programs or staff, or this happens, and I just say this because this is a repeated by multiple trustees across multiple meetings, please keep to neutral language. We do not, no one has ever presented data to say that there's a change in the programs.
But there's no change in programs. What I'm talking, Madam Chair, that when we were making these changes of policy 100, P100, the talk was about equity of access to the programs, right?
Correct.
Over here, and that's what I'm trying to make my point, that my expectation of this P100 changes was that we will achieve equity and excellence. What I'm hearing from community, that there are students who have lots of excellence, but could not enter this program because of the new draw system. In the future datas, are we willing to do something for students who have excellence but cannot enter the program through the draw system? Are we going to do something about those students?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, I am going to ask Dr. Cameron to talk about the relationship between access and excellence. Thank you, Dr. Cameron.
Thank you, Associate Director Driscoll. Yeah, I wouldn't ever pin equity of opportunity as a counterbalance to lack of, or a decline in excellence in any way, shape, or form. Opportunity at this age group especially is critical in developing capacities and skill sets and opening up. In fact, one of the great opportunities in having a more diverse student population in these programs is what happens to the domains that are being taught at the time, and how they also expand, whether that's leadership, the arts, sciences, or whatnot, and respond to the kind of knowledge and experiences that our communities can bring in with more opportunity. Opportunity is a critical point in terms of development of capacity and skills, and an exhibit of excellence. Again, to go, if you want to see the bigger data inside of that kind of conversation, you would look at the OECD again, and one of their key tenets in terms of good education systems, Trustee Laskin just mentioned one in terms of Finland, is there's always a balance and an approach and a target between equity and high achievement, and those together create excellence. So it's not having one is a counterbalance to the other. So I would never consider opening up more diverse opportunities for more of our, to create more representation and possibilities in our city as being one that creates a decline in excellence.
Thank you, Dr. Cameron. And I would also add that the commitment when Policy 100 changed, the commitment was also to increase the number of programs and spots for students. As we know, they are of high interest. So that continues to be an upward trend of availability for students. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, in this data, I'm missing one thing, which is dropout rate. Do we have a current data on dropout rates of those students who showed that interest? They got into the program and they dropped out. Do we have a data on that?
Thank you. Through the chair, we do not have data on that, Trustee Patel, but I think this is probably the third trustee who is making note of in our next report back on the implementation of P100. There is interest in, I'll call it student outcome data, educator experience, student experience. So staff will take that back and consider ways of bringing reliable and valid information, data, and evidence to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So what is the current implementation policy? Let's see if a student is enrolled in a program, in a student interest program, he or she decides to drop out within 1 month or 2 months. What happens to that spot?
Through the chair. Our programs, there is an access point at grade 9 entry and in grade 10 entry. And so if a student withdraws from the program in grade 9, that allows for another entry point in grade 10, where students would be able to apply to join the program at that time.
But that's for the student who dropped out. I'm talking about the students who were on the waiting list who could not have an access to the program because of, the program was full and they had no opportunity to join the program. So what happens to that student?
So in some of our schools, sorry, through the chair, in some of our schools where there is a local catchment area and there was a wait list that existed when our process closes at the end of February, schools do have what's considered a local wait list. So people who applied through the central process, who live in the catchment area for the school that offers the Central Student Interest Program and have opted to attend that local school. Those students then form the local wait list where if spaces become available either in the late spring or in the early weeks of September, students can be moved in sequential order from that local wait list into spaces that may become available.
In addition, through you, Chair, bringing this process centrally also allowed us to be looking at historical data in some locations. We did see historical reduction through initial periods of time or within that first year. And our approach, you may remember, was to strategically over-enroll in those locations so that we did not have, or we tried to reduce the number of unfilled spots for that year. Again, remembering that the subsequent year, those spots would become available for further applicants.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, is it possible for staff to give trustee data on Trustee Weekly of last year? I don't want to go back to 2 years ago. Last year, how many students enrolled in a student interest program, how many dropped out, and how many spots were left empty? Is it possible to give through you, Madam Chair?
So we do not collect data of students who leave a program. There are many reasons a student may leave a program. They may leave the city with their family. So we do not collect data specifically about why they leave the programs.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm not asking that if they are leaving the city or if they are going somewhere, drop out of the program. Like they might be in the same school. They might be, let's say, in an IB program because they got into through the lottery system. Now they have decided not to do IB and now they want to go back to the regular programming. So do we capture those data? Because the intention over here is, though we are implementing a student interest program to achieve the equity, but are we still looking after those students who has excellence but missing the programs? So this data should be, to you, Madam Chair, it's a very handy data. Student dropped out from the program. He enrolled, he dropped out. If somebody leaves the city or country, he's out of TDSB system. So is it not possible to get a data through you, Madam Chair, in a Trustee Weekly? It's like last year data. It's not a big data.
I think Trustee Patel is just referring to numbers, not
The
right.
numbers.
Yeah.
The numbers. Just numbers.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. We're madly looking at each other. Trustee Patel, in our last implementation plan, we would have shared unfilled spot data for schools. So if I could have staff, will continue to look for that to be sure that I'm correct. In the report backs, we might have put it in Trustee Weekly or through a report. But it's a valid question. If I'm wrong and if we've not, we'll certainly incorporate it going forward.
I will definitely appreciate if you get those data. And I know it's a lot of work, but this gives trustees a direction that in which direction should we implement this program since we have started making changes. Moving along through you, Madam Chair, I know it was 2021 or 2020 we made these changes, or 2022. Can I get some refreshing memory on the eligibility criteria? I think we made some reserves for Indigenous community, Black community, LGBTQ community. Can I get the percentages on what percentages we have that spots reserved or set aside?
So Trustee Patel, your time is up. I'll look to staff to answer your question, and it also was in the presentation.
I think I've missed it. Yeah.
Sorry, and through the chair, we have provided that data by group for the priorities before, but in the initial implementation years, we have met the target with our First Nations, Métis, Inuit, Black students, Middle Eastern students, and Latino, Latinx students. So yes, we have met that target for representation. I will also remind trustees from January 2024, the PSSC update also included empty seats. So that may provide some data that has been asked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, can you put me back on the list? Thank you,
Yes, I can.
staff.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, can I pass the chair?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I need my glasses for this. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the data and going back in the comprehensive report. There were some questions earlier about merit-based application programs, and several were mentioned, but these were all, I just would point out that these are all programs that are not mandated to serve all students. So a private school, a university, college are not mandated to serve all students who attend their system or serve them equitably. And that is our mandate. And I think in all of this consultation has to be, as was mentioned with the equity policy, that has to be at the forefront. I mentioned that because I will say, quite frankly, that our SEAC members do not believe we should have these programs because there is so much need in the system that they feel is unmet, that they are affronted by the resources that they believe go into perks for students. I personally, my approach to this, if I thought these were perks, I would be asking staff to get rid of them altogether. I firmly believe that students need access to a variety of programs, especially in high school. High school is a hard time. And I think if we can provide access to programs that will keep students engaged, that they will love, that the courses they want to take, they have to take 30 credits. A good 18 of those are compulsory. I know that compulsory credits are really not all that fun. It's the electives and the choice that, gets our students engaged, the extracurriculars. So I do like those programs, and I would like to see the consultation pieces, especially for students, really take into consideration, are we offering the things that are going to help them love going to school? I'm not in favor of yes or no questions on surveys, especially yes or no. So if the question was, do you like lotteries? I fully expect that the answer from most people would be no. That's not a good question. We just did an exercise at the Public Education Symposium called Developing a Pro chart, is that you have different models. You have 2 to 3 different models. You have the stakeholders for those models. You argue the points of those models by only considering positives. You're not allowed to argue negatives, because once you start arguing negatives, you've already set your decision on one of those and you're not considering the other ones. So what are the pros to different models? And there are, as Trustee McLean has been exploring, there's possibly many ways to do this. On that point of many ways to do this, I don't have a particular problem with lotteries. I do not believe that a question should be, yes, do you like not lotteries or not? Because that's not going to help us. And honestly, I think the how students apply and get in is really operational. So my question about this whole process is, why would that, should that aspect of admissions not be moved to a procedure? So I am over the moon about the year one data for, shifting who's attending our programs. That's amazing. Amazing the change in numbers, and that was able to be achieved in a short time frame. But I expect that the narrative will evolve, because I also know that there has been focused work to go to underserved communities, to open programs in different areas and get more student interest from schools that have never applied before. One of my favorite pieces of data, I think is the most important piece of data, is that students from schools that have never applied before are now applying to our programs. And that is a massive shift in our system. And that is the kind of thing that I'm looking for, how we shift the system that way. So my consideration is that policy makes it really hard to make changes. Policy is not flexible. And something like admissions needs to the flexibility of being in a procedure where you can look in a couple of years and say, yeah, we've achieved this. We need to change the narrative a little bit, or we need to change something and do it on best practice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time is up if you'd like to put yourself back on the list, and I will give you the chair back.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we're back. Is there anybody else who has first-time questions? Because we're back to second round. Okay, seeing none, and we'll start the second round of questions, which we start with Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question regarding implementation of the program. I have a lot of stakeholders, especially the parents, ask me how they select the category in term one that's mentioning Middle Eastern. So can staff explain to me who are Middle Easterns? Is that by born place, religion, ethnicity, or any other criteria?
Thank you through the chair. Dr. Cameron, could I ask for your response to how we define, I believe the question is how we define who is identifying as identity of Middle Eastern.
Yeah, we currently, it's self-identified identifications. We give examples, and we're following the Anti-Racist Directorate's taxonomy on our larger racial category groups.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get a clear answer for that. I'm asking who are Middle Easterns. How do you explain to parents like who are Middle Easterns, whether they can graduate their student at the Middle Eastern? Is it by born place, religion, ethnicity, or any other criteria? Because the definition is very vague.
Through the chair. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, Trustee Pay, we don't identify it for people. They self-identify to those categories. We give some examples of countries as an example, but just to contextualize it, we would call it ethno-racial groups, and we're following the Anti-Racist Directorate's organization or typology of this currently. You can find a broader conversation, happy to share it with you in our census work, and we can give you a more detailed description and explanation by email or whatnot.
Sorry, Madam Chair. You don't have to give me the definition. My stakeholder want the definition. So let me ask you specifically: is the Jewish is Middle Eastern?
If through the chair, if I may, Trustee Pay, the board, when we ask individuals, give them the opportunity to share their self-identity, their identity, they determine how they describe themselves. We do not provide parameters, and that is consistent with the ADR, the directorate that guides us on how we collect data. It is, and it must be, the choice to self-identify how you describe yourself. So that would be an appropriate response to your constituents who are wondering. You can simply say it is self-identification.
So, so basically everybody can say they're Middle Eastern, right? Because if you don't have a definition who are Middle Eastern, people live in the Middle Eastern or travel to Middle Eastern or they do business in Middle Eastern, they can all classify their Middle Eastern, right?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm wondering if the concern at the heart of this question, Trustee Pei, is in regards to honesty. We exercise public education in an honor system, and for individuals to self-identify and indicate on a form how they identify is a very personal decision for many people, and it's one that we trust our families are doing accurately and with celebration.
Dear Madam Chair, the reason I'm asking is indeed about honesty, because I have a lot of parents told me that the other parents, when there's some application for the kids on their behalf, they claim they're Middle Eastern. So if we talk about equity here, if we reward dishonesty, is that equity to the people who are honest? If we don't have a clear definition who are Middle Eastern?
Thank you. And through the chair, we trust our students and our families to be acting with honor as they self-identify, as they apply to the CSIP program.
If you trust them, at least you have to give them clear definition, right? If you don't give them clear definition, how people would understand that whether they belong to Middle Eastern class.
Dr. Cameron, I'm wondering if you can share some of the examples that we provide to support our families in recognizing Middle Eastern, et cetera.
Yeah, so for Middle Eastern, the box would say Middle Eastern like Arab, Persian, West Asian descent, e.g. Afghan, Egyptian, Iranian, Lebanese, Kurdish, etc.
Thank you.
So we do have a definition, but what is etc.? Because we need to be clear definition. I'm asking you, are Jewish clarified here as Middle Eastern because they do live in Middle East?
That's a creed for us, Trustee Pei. So if they were Jewish and we also have questions around faith and religion. They might identify as Jewish in faith and religion or creed, and then if they were from one of the Middle Eastern areas or regions, they might identify as Middle Eastern if they felt that was where they were associated.
Okay. All right. Oh, all right, I'm gonna move on. Okay, all right. So I want to ask a wait list. Why we remove wait list so fast, so early? So this year deadline is February 28, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, as I understand, in the past, the local school, they have authority to keep the wait list until the day before the new semester start, a new school year start. They could fill those spots with the full enrollment. But why we're cutting off in the wait list so fast? So we have so many empty seats for certain highly sought after program. And I have parents ask me why. So I'm going to pass the question to staff through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And through the question, Trustee Pei, you may remember that we held an information session on staffing. The answer is an operational one, and that we need to make sure that our administrators have the time that they need to make decisions regarding timetable creation and so on. I would also add that there was not a change in the waitlist timing. We ensured that it was well understood and there was consistency across our board and adherence to it, to be making sure all schools were not negatively impacted by a migration of students and having to change timetables. So in short answer, staffing, operational needs. Thank you.
To be honest, I do not agree with you, Madam Chair. I don't think the staffing is an issue here. How could the staffing be affected? I just don't understand. What's the scenario? Can you give me one single scenario in the past that staffing was affected because the local school kept in the waiting list until the first day of the school?
Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Pei, we did go over scenarios in the information session. I would be happy to have an offline conversation with you. We do have examples, and again, this is not a change. We just now have consistency.
Okay, so my next question is, okay, if you cut it the waiting list, what if you still have empty spot until the first day of the school? Are you going to fill the empty spot or just leave it open? Even though there is like 100 students seek those empty spots, which is refill their equity and refill their access?
Through the chair, respectfully, this has been asked and answered and reviewed at least twice this evening and previously. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on to the next question. So why demonstration of interest is not reviewed? How can we differentiate active interest or fake interest? If a central system do not have the capacity, why not we just allow local staff to differentiate such interest? Because interest, to me, I don't think it really is good cut, for people realize the full potential in such excellent program. They had to work so hard to get the level. They have to be motivated. So to find out that motivation and the desire working hard, this demonstration active interest is very important. Also, I think is the board passed a motion by previous chair Richard Chunslin and trustee James Lee that active interest should be demonstrated. So how come we're not review that?
Thank you. And through the chair, we have had discussions about the demonstration of interest. We made sure that we analyzed every applicant to check the thoroughness of that expression of interest. At the heart of, I believe, your question, Trustee Pei, is requesting an evaluation of the interest. And that, again, when we looked at research, when we looked at the mandate of the policy, introduced bias and barriers as far as gaining access. So we make sure that the expression is there, but it is not evaluated. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the next question, access. So when we talk about, increased access for the program, why my local school, Claude Watson School for the Arts, the seats was cut from 125 to 100 last year, when Max, from Mackenzie, and cut from 90 students to 54. Can staff give me an explanation for that?
Thank you for the question. We're just pulling up those two particular schools, the information. So if you can give us a moment, please. Thank you. And through the chair, Mackenzie is currently sitting at 151% utilization. So generally schools are sitting at approximately 90% utilization to 100. And again, Mackenzie is over 150%. Earl Hague, where we host the Claude Watson Program for the Arts, is sitting at 109.4% utilization. So again, both of these schools are over capacity in terms of space. Thank you.
So that's the reason we're talking about increase overall seat, but you're cutting for the seat for the top program. So you're talking about 25 or 125, that's 20%. And then you're talking about like a 36 seat, from 90, that's you're talking about 40%. So you're cutting specifically to the program at Claude Watson by 25% and Max by 40%. Just because there's overcrowdedness in those schools. This is not first time we were facing the problem.
Through the chair, staff have a duty operationally to be paying attention to utilization rates, to be making decisions as far as capacity, respecting the learning environment of our students, that they have enough places to be learning and to be welcoming students who are within the local catchment. When we see a decrease in the number of spaces in a particular program overall across our board, we also fulfill the obligation to be growing these programs in different areas geographically of the board to enable students who perhaps didn't have access to a program because it wasn't close enough to their homes to seed one in perhaps a new school and grow that, and again enable more students to participate. So it is an operational balance, Trustee Pei. I completely appreciate that any local school that has had a reduction in the number of seats may be disappointing to families who are seeking to attend. It's always a difficult decision, but at the board level, we are trying to compensate by providing those seats perhaps in another geography. And I can certainly appreciate your duty as a trustee to be seeing the complexity and our responsibility, and your responsibility to be looking at the whole of the board. Thank you.
So what's the utilization rate in those
Trustee
two
Pei,
schools?
Trustee Pei, would you like to go back on the list? Your time is up.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
With apologies. One of the other things I'm asking if staff can consider, I had an email from a constituent who was wondering about a program for athletes that wasn't necessarily the elite athlete program with because the qualifications to attend that program changed, but a program that emphasized physical education as a core value. And I'm just wondering if staff can consider that as they consider the kinds of special interest that may or may not be available across the system. A corollary to that is to have, great gym programs in all our local schools. And that's a question I don't think that has been talked about, is how in the evaluation of the central special interest programs, will we get some information on how we're doing as a system with strong local programming, Or have we continued to be hampered by the moratorium on school closures? Could I, through you, Madam Chair, ask staff to comment on that?
Thank you. That's a big question. We will absolutely take the feedback in regards to looking at an athletic program for interest, perhaps not elite athlete. So thank you for that suggestion and feedback. As far as the impact of the Central Student Interest Program writ large and its effect on local secondary schools, I think that we'll need to reach out to our planning team, and I see that Principal Fuentes is picking up the mic. Thank you, Reiko.
I did want to add that the Exceptional Athlete Program at Birchmount Park is a Central Student Interest Program with a focus on athletics. So students take additional physical health education, leadership courses as part of the program at that site. And while we have been working in the past few years to grow local math, science, technology programs in local schools for the local communities, work is also going to be happening looking at other areas. So right now we have an investigation looking at some of the best practices and offerings of the arts at local schools for the local school community. And there certainly is interest in the Exceptional Athlete Program. So looking at ways that schools can build their physical health and education programs for students who are interested in taking beyond more than the one compulsory course for graduation. Thank you.
And I'm hearing you say, Trustee Laskin, that you'd be interested in another round of a secondary program review, and I'll give a nod and a wink to Superintendent Felsen.
Yes. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, thank you for that answer. I will share the Birchmount program with the constituent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee McLean.
Thank you. And through the chair. And I too, when we do the consultation, I think it's important to recognize that when we go to consultation, it's not a referendum. It's not, we're not taking numbers. We're not asking people to vote. It's, we're looking for information. We're looking for feedback so that we can, improve the system and incorporate the different experiences that are out there. This has always been to me an issue of demand and supply. We never seem to, we've got this great programming in our system and we don't have enough of it to meet all the demand that's, in our system. And we have to find a way to make sure more of our students have a way to access it. And so can I ask staff, and I know that we have, but I think it's important in this conversation to talk about how the efforts to actually grow the number of spots throughout the system to take into account the extreme demand.
While we are growing our program offerings, so again, the 2 additional secondary arts programs at Woburn and Westview, and the 8 new math, science, technology programs, as these programs are new and taking off from the ground, there are seats that remain available in some of these programs, in some of our math, science, technology programs that are now in their 2nd year of intake through the application process that's just concluded. We're seeing healthy growth where last year they may have only had enough applications for 1 cohort. This year they are filling 2 cohorts worth of seats. So again, it does take some time to develop trust and awareness of some of the new locations where the programs are being offered. But there certainly is a disproportion around where students may be applying as they are not as aware of some of the newer programs in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, through the chair, I think I'd be doing my brand a disservice if there was a conversation that I could, like my colleague Trustee Laskin did, interject the whole notion of the moratorium on school closures into. That is kind of, so am I correct in assuming that if the moratorium had been lifted And we had the ability to amalgamate schools and secondary schools into the target range of 1,100 to 1,200 as the secondary school review highlights and targets, that there would be more of these types of programming existed in these new buildings with these numbers and have less demand for system-wide for us to develop these specialized programs?
We're also excited to answer that question. Absolutely.
And then, you know, it's important, again, through the chair, and I know this was a point that Chair Shen raised when he had his opportunity to meet with the province around budget and around the moratorium and our ongoing efforts to get the moratorium lifted or get an exemption. We've applied for exemptions in the past to be able to do this. This is always tricky and always, in a perfect world, all our students would have access to everything that we offer, kind of thing, and that they could pick and choose and they could manage the best educational experience possible for them, given where they are and where they'd like to go. So I thank staff and everyone involved for all their efforts in expanding in their efforts to try to expand the program, make more of it available for more students so that more students can effectively chase their academic and educational experience goals. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Patel has removed himself from the second round of questions. So the next we have is Trustee King.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. One of the CSIP programs within my ward is the IB program. And we know that that program is slightly differentiated from the other programs in that it is one in which families pay a fee on a cost recovery model for delivery of that program. I know that we've had quite a bit of conversation, myself and staff, about some of the concerns that have come out of my ward. And we've spent some time talking about the opportunity for some consultation to gain just a bit more understanding of the experiences, the concerns, some of the barriers, some of the ideas that community has specific to the actual admission process, the application process, not necessarily a fee discussion, but some of the other pieces around that. So I'm wondering from staff if this would be an opportunity to expand some of that consultation and have it while we're having the broader student interest consultation, as well as still getting that local perspective.
Thank you for the question, and that is certainly something we would take. Our current policy, I just want to remind all of the trustees that 6.4.1 in the current policy also allows for an external for external centralized programs that require a central review. And the perfect example would be IB to this, is that in fact that they do not need to go through a central student interest program. That would be a discussion and a decision that could be made under our current policy. So Trustee King, I do believe that further consultation and discussion would be a positive step. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. That's all for me.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, can I pass the chair? Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to echo Trustee McLean again on the local programs, the local school programs, but especially how do we get more students to know about them? Can we use this consultation process to generate more awareness? Would be my feedback for the consultations. I have 2 MST programs in my local high schools. both local high schools have French, and I get inundated every year with parents who are like, why don't you have MST programs, competitive MST or whatever, sorry, centralized MST programs with French? And I ask them, why do you need the central program when both the home high schools in the ward have French and MST? So I think there's a disconnect in how many, especially the math, science, and technology. I think there's a disconnect in how many programs. I will say that the local high schools in my ward, one has an extremely comprehensive music program, and that both in terms of the courses and their extracurriculars, how many competitions they go to, it's fabulous, just for the local kids. You know, and I think parents and students even get disillusioned by the, if I want a comprehensive music program, I have to go somewhere out of my neighborhood. And they really don't. The other high school offers a comprehensive dramatic arts program. And so there is a myriad of opportunity without creating these system planning issues of, and this, you know, I must escape to something better, I think that is a negative that the central, before this policy, I think that is a strong, like that I must escape my neighbor, I must escape to a different school, is what I hear from a lot of parents, what I have heard from a lot of parents, without them knowing what is actually offered in our home neighborhoods. And that's not a commentary on the affluence of the local high schools or the whatever it is. It is a product of our system. My kids were in, you know, competitive sports and programs because that's something, my older ones, because that's something they chose to do. And, you know, so you see that same culture outside. I can't, it's not enough. I have to overplan. Something better has to come along. And I think we have a ton of really amazing programs in existence that I think would do better through this review process, would be a good opportunity to make people aware of no, you don't actually have to take a bus for 2 hours across the city. You know, if you're looking for a comprehensive math, science, and technology program, you know, those kinds of things that make for the strong community connections as well. One of the things I would like to see continued explored, because I've heard positive experiences from this, is the maintenance of a second choice if you don't get your first choice. I know that one comes up, is if that could be part of the consultation. I know that, you know, the number was 90-something% of students are taking their first choice, but there are some, and I think it also conveys a level of security for a student who really does want to attend the program. If they really want, say, a math, science, and technology program, and they really don't want to go to their, you know, local high school, that it's not like all or nothing necessarily. You know, if the goal is to go to that school over there and not that school over there by some sort of neighborhood, you know, urban legend, no, I don't favor that. I don't, I don't support that. And I think I'm just checking off I want to echo Trustee Laskin's grade 11 entry point. It has been maybe a very lofty goal, but a very high hope of mine that in schools that are physically close together, because of the way that the old boards built schools, I will say in the East End, we have technical schools that offer everything. It used to be technical schools that offer everything, and we have collegiates that are very small, that don't have shops, that don't have the same resources. And, you know, we do have cooperative, and there's some pieces, but the area of the city that that I live in could support a campus model, you know, for grade 11 and 12, where students who want to get shop credit to go to the school without shops could still get them.
Thank you. Your time is up if you want to put yourself back on the list.
No, I'm done. I will not. And Does anybody else have second round questions? If not, Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to continue my question regarding the cut, the sudden cut this year, for Max and Claude Watson School for the Arts at Hague. The reason I'm asking, because a lot of parents approach me, students approach me that ask me why the board all of a sudden cut those seats from these two schools. And I understand there's a utilization rate being high at both schools, but that's not a new problem. This is old problem. So why board all of a sudden cutting those classes? I'm talking significant numbers. 25 students from Claude Watson, that's 20% of the whole program. And there's 36 students from Max. Out of 90 students, that's 40%. So why? Why the sudden change our part at the board?
Thank you. And through the chair, very simply, staff needed to respond to the overutilization of the schools and had to make the difficult decision to reduce the seats for the CSIP programs. Again, looking across the board, continuing to grow other programs elsewhere. And with the benefit, although loss of seats at those two schools, a better utilization rate. So students were learning in spaces that were appropriate for their secondary programming.
But these two schools are top of the program of our board. So we don't really, cut the top excellent program while we promote other program. This is not common sense approach.
Through the chair, I would say that I think that there's perhaps a point of disagreement with staff decision, but again, reassuring all trustees that this was a operational decision based on planning and appropriate pupil spaces to learn. When a school crosses a threshold that is greater than, I'll say, in my personal experience, 10% of utilization, it becomes very difficult to timetable in appropriate learning spaces for students. Thank you.
So my next question is why the board is not foresee this problem? Seems that the problem been persistent like for decades. Not even think about it, moving forward, relocate the program. Why maintain the seat?
Thank you for the question. I think Trustee Pay, you've identified a benefit of having the student interest programs come central because staff are able to look carefully at where spaces are made available and consider the utilization rate of schools and not having it be a local decision. And again, being committed to provide access in other geographical locations across the board. I hear very much in your repeated questions, your advocacy for constituents, it being a difficult decision. Please be reassured once again, it's a dedication to the schools, the program, and providing access elsewhere for similar such programs.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, my next question regarding the barrier removals. Okay, as I understand, we have 3 goals for this achieving equity program. One is removing the racial barriers. I think the board did that by doing the lottery system. We're successful in that. And what about economic barriers? Have the board made any effort to lower that barrier to access?
So yes, as mentioned in the slide, I'm just pulling out which slide number that was. That has been positively impacted by Policy 100. Slide 33. Thank you.
Trustee Pay, are you frozen?
I think so. Oh, there he goes. Oh, I think he's looking it up.
Oh, okay. Trustee Pay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're back.
Yeah, I'm just asking
Great.
is, staff, effort regarding removing the geographic barriers.
I apologize. I'm sorry if you did not hear me. I did answer the question. I'll just repeat the answer. So for socioeconomic, there has been an improvement as explained in the presentation today. I believe it is slide 33. We also shared the benefits in terms of the improvement socioeconomically last May in the report. Thank you.
I understand that, but I'm asking for geographic barriers because you're allow the local list to keep until the first day of the school to fill all those open spot.
Sorry, I heard
Would that
socioeconomic.
increase-
Sorry, Trustee Pay, I apologize. I heard socioeconomic. So could you explain the geographic, please? Are you talking about different areas of the city having access?
That's correct. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, over the past year and a half, we have increased the number of math, science, tech programs, as well as the arts programs to ensure that there is easier access geographically to areas of the city that did not have previous access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My next question regarding performance. Okay, I just want to read the Education Act regarding the purpose education. The purpose education is to provide students with opportunity to realize their potential and develop into high-skilled, knowledgeable, caring citizens who contribute to their society. So my follow-up question is, what's the staff position on meritocracy?
If I may, through the chair, thank you. Trustee Pay, could you read that first sentence again, please?
The first sentence, the purpose of education is to provide the students with the opportunity to realize their potential and develop into highly skilled, knowledgeable, caring citizens who contribute to their society.
Thank you, Trustee Pay. And I think that encapsulates perfectly what P100 was dedicated to do and what the equity policy asked us to do, and that is to provide access to opportunity. Because as Dr. Cameron noted, without access to opportunity, students with an interest may not have the opportunity to develop it and grow it, and their families may not have the funds available to send their children to music class, art class, and so on. So I think that we are very aligned to that statement in the Education Act. And there's a second part of your question, and I'm sorry if you could repeat it for our benefit.
What's the staff position on meritocracy?
Thank you. I think staff have answered that through the chair. And Dr. Cameron has annotated what different jurisdictions have done, what they've learned. And I think respectfully, Trustee Pay, you know very earnestly what staff believe in regards to the role of meritocracy and equitable access to opportunities. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I really don't. Because the staff at Dr. Cameron just gave back the slides for meritocracy. Can you ask him to put back the slide? Because I have extreme concern regarding the board position on meritocracy, because the board produced fraudulent report in the past to attack meritocracy. I have a biggest concern about staff position on that. So I want a clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And through the chair, I'll ask Dr. Cameron to reinforce the updated report in regards to the jurisdictional scan that underscored the validation of the research. Dr. Cameron, please.
Yeah, meritocracy is an ideology around opportunity based on skill, merit, and earned work. I think meritocracy in this particular policy exists in different spots for different people who agree or disagree with it. I would say that the position the board has right now on the CSIP program in relation to looking at opening up equity of opportunity is that merit comes after opportunity, and meritocracy or merit-based opportunity certainly exists in our world. There is no question that to get into different kinds of careers, you have to exhibit certain skills and capacities. The question is, when do you insert a merit-based opportunity model? And that's what's in contention right now. And in this particular policy, the argument is that opportunity needs to happen first when you're 13 years old, and merit-based opportunities come at your latter senior stage in high school, certainly as you move out of, as you become, go into grade 11, grade 12, and move into post-secondary opportunities. So that would be the position that on this particular policy, and that's the position off of the literature scan when you look at a variety of jurisdictions. They sit in different spots in terms of this continuum, and policies follow those spots.
So sorry, I don't understand. It's like your statement. You're saying like, meritocracy only apply for those students at the older age, not the early stage. We should not foster a merit-based ideology in those younger students. I mean, if that's the case, how can they be develop certain skill and the knowledge or habit into drive them to further success?
Dr. Cameron, if I may take this response through the chair. Before the Committee of Governance and Policy is the work plan to initiate the consultation of P100. The opinions, Dr. Pei, of yourself and other individuals regarding meritocracy will come out through the consultation, and certainly further discussion at the boardroom floor can be had in the future. I'm just citing that perhaps this question, Chair, is not related to the work plan. Thank you.
Okay. My next question is achieving academic excellence still the goal of these programs?
Through the chair, the goal of any public education system is to enable students to have equitable access to programs and for every student to reach their personal potential. And personal potential is valued in many different ways. I encourage you to join our CIAC committee, who ask us repeatedly to be considering happiness, making friends as a measure of excellence for some students. There are many ways to be showcasing personal excellence. Thank you.
So what measures can we implement to ensure the excellence of this program?
Through the chair, students are assessed in a number of ways, primarily through a reporting mechanism. At the secondary level, there is a progress report and a term 1 and a term 2 report card that provides grades, personal descriptive feedback. There is also EQAO assessments. There are many ways that public education is measured both locally and provincially, and those would be the measures, Trustee Pay, that we look at. In addition, we've heard trustees this evening asking for information about student outcomes, educator experience, student experience as we evaluate the implementation of Policy 100, and staff will be taking that feedback and do our utmost, as we always do, to be providing fulsome information to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Sir Chair. I heard about EQAO data. Can the staff provide EQAO data regarding those programs? Compare the program before that?
Thank you for the question through the chair. EQAO is shared at, is not disaggregated by program type. It is individual students receive their EQAO assessments. It is reported at the board level. And as you know, there is an EQAO website where the public can see EQAO values.
So what I want to compare is before and after this policy being implemented regarding the level of EQAO scores. Because we need a certain measure, certain data to measure whether the program is successful. I understand. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Pay, please know that staff are will be looking at outcome data for our students. Thank you for raising the idea of EQAO. Please rely on staff to bring their level of expertise to this question, and you can look forward to future reports. I don't believe that we'll be able to incorporate EQAO data, but we certainly receive your request and suggestion. Thank you.
So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I finished my question. I want to move the motion as a business rising consultation process and academic performance data in review of student interest program. Thank you. The motion will be seconded by Trustee Patel.
Oh, sorry. Business arising has to wait until the item has been received or passed by the committee. So, are there any more questions? Or sorry, are there any more feedback for staff on the policy work plan? Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin?
Trustee Gose?
Thank you, Trustee Gose. Can we open the vote, please? Thank you. We're voting on eScribe.
Laskin in favor.
Trustee Gose in favor?
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Pay against?
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Shan, Trustee Siskandraja. I think the Trustee Shan had to go. We mark them absent. And that carries. Trustee Pay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move motion as a business raising
Okay.
consultation process academics performs the data in review of a student interest program.
And the seconder is Trustee Patel.
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to this motion?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Sorry, can we move the recommendations up to the top onto the screen, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A better consultation process for the TDSB lottery system is crucial because of the current approach has raised concern about transparency, equity, and inclusiveness. Here are a few reasons why improvements are needed. Number one, stakeholder involvement. Parents and guardians, families need to feel heard when policies impact their children's education. A more robust consultation process ensures parents understand the system and can voice concern about fairness or accessibilities. Students, older students affected by the lottery system, particularly those entering specialized program, should have opportunity to share their perspective. Educator administrators, teacher and the staff can provide insights on how the lottery system impacts classroom dynamics and the resource allocation. Number two, equity and accessibility. The lottery system is intended to create a fairness, but concern about barriers like transportation, awareness of application deadlines, and lack of resources for marginalized communities needed to be addressed. A well-structured consultation process would highlight disparities and offer solutions tailored to specific communities. Number three, transparency and the trust. Many families express frustration with the perceived opacity of the lottery process. A consultation process would provide clarity on how the system works and allow for feedback on making more transparent. Clear communication builds trust between the TDSB and its stakeholders, fostering a sense of collaboration rather than contention. Number four, tailored solution for diverse needs. Toronto is one of the most diverse cities in the world, and a one-size-fits-all approach may not suit all communities. Through consultation, the TDSB can gather input on region-specific or program-specific need, preventing backlash. When major changes are implemented without sufficient consultation, backlash can delay or derail policies. Engaging the community early helps identify potential challenges and mitigates oppositions. Number six, policy effectiveness. A better consultation process can lead to policy that are more effective and better aligned with the needs of students, family, and the broader community. This minimizes unintended consequences and ensures smoother implementation. Therefore, a more inclusive and transparent consultation process will not only improve the lottery system, but also strengthen the relationship between the TDSB and its community, ensuring that education policy better serve. Second part of my motion is really talking about performance data. Why so important? Because reviews the academic performance outcome of TDSB lottery system is critical to determining whether the system is achieving its intended goal of promoting equity and education success. Here's why such a review is necessary. Number one, measuring student success. The lottery system places a student into specialized or highly sought after programs. A review of academic performance would assess whether students selected through this system are thriving or meeting educational benchmarks. If a performance varies significantly among students, it may indicate such insufficient support or misalignment between students' readiness and the program expectations. Number two, evaluating equity in academic outcomes. The lottery system is designed to provide equal access to opportunities but it's essential to examine whether this results in equitable academic outcomes for students from different backgrounds, including low-income or marginalized communities. Disparity in performance could reveal systemic issues, such as unequal access to preparation resources or challenge in transition to specialized programs. Ensuring program effectiveness. Specialized programs such as STEM, arts, or IB program rely on students reaching high academic standards to succeed. By reviewing academic performance, the TCSP can ensure this program are effective and aligned with the student needs. If a student in this program underperform, it could point gaps in curriculum delivery, support services, or admission process. In conclusion, by reviewing academic performance, the TDSP can ensure the lottery system is not just providing access, but also fostering success for all students. This process ensures the system is equitable, effective, and aligned with TDS motion to deliver high-quality education. Thank you. I hope trustee can support this motion unanimously. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, because this was sent late today and we all had work, I did not have a chance to get back to you before, but Part D is out of order because you moved a motion, or the motion was moved earlier this year and at the August, which asked for the same data collection. So the list that is in the list of data that is requested in Part D was moved earlier this year, and it was defeated at the August board meeting. And that is within 1 year. And our policies do state that within a 1 year timeframe, you can't request the same thing. You can't make the same motion. So the rest of the motion can stand, but Part D, because this was already proposed and defeated by the board in August, would not be in order.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you vote this motion, Sarah Adam?
Well, yes, but we would strike Part D.
Point of
That's
order,
fine,
Madam
thank you.
Chair. I don't believe Part C4 is in order. The committee received the work plan. These dates are not the dates in the work plan. I believe that.
I don't think that's out of order. I think it's asking us to force staff to adjust the work plan. So you would have to vote on that accordingly.
Okay, so thank you. Please put me on the list to comment.
Thank you. Trustee Patel, did you want to speak to this motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need some clarification on this. So was the motion similar in last August?
Yes.
So exactly similar, like nothing, like no wording has been changed, or is the intent of the motion is the same as what was defeated last August?
It's a different format because it was broken down into different parts, but the motion from August asks for breakdown by ethnic rate, grades, dropout rates, relevant measures of achievement. So the same body and rewording it, giving it different terminology, but asking for the same thing is not a loophole.
And through you, Madam Chair, does that apply to the same trustee, or any other trustee can change, or it's just
No,
the board?
That's the board.
The board. Okay.
So yes, just sorry, to be clear, the board made a decision in August. No trustee is able to bring the same thing back within 24 months.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sorry, 12 months. Okay, if there's no further, Trustee Laskin, you have.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So in the report that the committee just received, Part A is covered, Part B is covered. And in Part C, I'm sorry, some of this prejudges what the consultation should be, and I think it's premature. And I also respectfully disagree. We've just received a report and a work plan with dates. If the trustee wanted to adjust those dates in the work plan, that would have been an amendment. I believe that we have received the work plan, and therefore the consultation process, which is part C4, is not in order because it's contrary to what the committee just received. So if I can just have clarification on that. And again, I'm uncomfortable with part C, and I believe A and B is already covered in what we just received. Staff made it very clear, their goals for the consultation process. With regard to specific wording of survey questions, that's operational. I am leaving that to staff. So I'm happy to vote ad seriatim on these. And part C, 1 and 2 and 3 is also directive. And staff haven't gotten our feedback in order to compose. So I'm not supportive, but I appreciate the fact that these would be voted on ad seriatim. But I do think number 4 should be struck. It's contrary.
Okay, sorry, part C4, which is to change the timeline. Sorry, I'm just looking to what is in our bylaws. So this one, right? Yeah, so.
Board meetings.
Oh, sorry, this is for board meetings. So it could be voted on here, and it might be out of order when it hits the full board meeting.
Thank you for that qualification, Madam Chair. Then I would like to move this entire amendment, refer it to staff.
Okay, so I need a seconder to do that, but we have other questions. Do you mind if we come back?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. So Trustee McLean.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm a little concerned about the specific nature of these questions and these points of, I think running this consultation is very much operational. It's what staff does. We have a brilliant team that does this for us. Dr. Cameron and his work and his team do this for us, and lots of educational bodies use our data for the basis of their decisions as well. I'm concerned about the concept that the consultation will seem like a referendum if these are too structured in a manner that start into these yes and no's, and this data starts to break down. I too am a little uncomfortable in the fact that this process is in C4, that this would begin in 60 days and, conclude shortly thereafter, because we've just had a fulsome conversation in which staff shared that they were listening to the many points that were raised by trustees and would be given consideration to as how they would move forward and how they would deal with the consultation and around the subject matter that would be sought and integrated into the policy. So this becomes a very difficult timeline to meet, in my estimation. So I think we should let staff do their thing and then anxiously await the report that is produced and the options in a perfect world that will emerge, and debate them thoroughly at that time. Thank you.
Trustee Laskin, could I pass the chair? Thank you. So how I see this motion is this is the feedback that staff were asking for during the meeting. This is the movers and seconders feedback to the committee on things to feedback to staff on things to consider in developing the draft policy and the consultation process over the next couple of months. So I feel like this, just in terms of working the meeting, would have been much better done as given as the feedback that staff were asking for. I can't vote for A because this is the wording. A is the wording of PR 501. PR 501 is our consultations policy. And by voting to support A, it looks like we as a board or as a committee didn't actually read PR 501. This is the expectation of all consultations. So it's not wrong. I expect staff to do this too. So yes, but it doesn't require a motion. And yeah, so I think I agree with Trustee Laskin that this is the feedback that staff are looking for from individual trustees, and referring this to staff for them to build these considerations into the process going forward would be the best way forward.
Please take the chair back.
Thank you. I take the chair back. Do we have any more questions online?
Can I make a comment, Madam Chair, if you don't mind?
Yes, please, Trustee Patel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And then with all due respect to your comments of PR 501 and Trustee McLean's comment of, it's an operational. I mean, we do understand it's an operational, right? But sometimes motions are done at the board, to give a direction. And this is just a simple ask. Yes, it has been embedded in PR 501, but we are also asking a request. This is just motions are basically a request. It's not a document that has to be done. So this is just to ask, and I do understand PR 501. I have read it. It goes back to the staff. According to Trustee McLean, it's an operational thing. But sometimes we do guide staff that we need some additional steps, timelines. Because PR 501, they don't give us the timelines. They give us the directions of how to do it, but no timelines. And this motion is asking for a timeline. So I ask fellow trustees to consider that this is all we are asking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, I don't see
Madam
any.
Chair, can I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to address some of the trustee concerns. I think this policy is really addressing the concern that the lottery was not mentioned in the 2021 survey at all. Staff was not able to explain why. So I want to make sure that the community members are consulted on their view on this topic. So this is very important. So we need to give a specific instruction to the staff and make sure the staff do a thorough and broad consultation to all stakeholders. Just like I mentioned in my opening speech, because that's going to lower the opposition from the stakeholders who oppose this policy. At the same time, it's going to build a trust between TDSB and the whole community. Thank you.
Okay, saying no other questions, Trustee Laskin, and come back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer this to staff, and I'm looking for a seconder.
I can second it.
Thank you, Trustee Gauss. Do we have any questions or comments on on referral to staff for consideration in the report? None, see none in the room and none online. Could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Pay against?
Against the amendment, Trustee Patel.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Sorry, Laskin in favor. It hasn't come up. Oh, now it has.
Trustee Shen was in favor. Trustee Seskandaraja? I guess marker absent. And that carries. Thank you, everybody, for the lively discussion. We are going to take a break because it's 8:15 and nobody in the room has been able to eat. And could we, is 8 o'clock long enough? Can we? Okay. We will reconvene at 8 o'clock, please. Sorry, 10 after. Can people online? Trustees online can, from the Governance and Policy Committee, can you please confirm that you're still here?
Trustee Patel present.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Gose. Trustee Pay, Trustee Patel.
Present.
I'm present.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Trustee
Present.
Nunziata present.
Trustee Nunziata, thank you. And Trustee Gose is here, so we're good. Okay, we're good to go. Thank you. So our next item on the agenda is item 5.2, the personal mobile device use in schools policy, phase 5. And this is the presentation of our new policy, I believe. And am I going straight to Executive Superintendent Negro? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm really pleased to present this final draft of the policy. It has been a year-long process to develop this policy, so I want to just recognize some people on the line tonight. They are part of the policy development team, and they include our co-lead Claudine Terrell. You may have seen Claudine on many interviews, both locally and nationally, as well as radio interviews. She has been the spokesperson for TDSB on this policy, as well as retired Superintendent John Chasty, another co-lead. And we have this evening Amy Presley from the research department that will answer any questions about the consultation process that we undertook. So if it's okay with everyone, I'll just walk you through the documents in the agenda package. In the cover report, I just wanted to highlight the extensive consultations that have happened over the past year, both in the pre-consultation phase, which happened in the spring of 2024, and then in the consultation phase, which took place over 62 days in the fall of 2024. Then we move on to the work plan, which details all of the consultation efforts, as well as the dates and timelines. And we've also included a copy of the online survey that was made available. We had over 22,000 responses to that online survey, and just an indication of the interest in this policy. And then after the online survey, you get a sense of the participation map and the hotspots of the city where the responses came from. And that leads us to the actual draft. So in the draft, we start off with some, of course, the rationale, the objective, and then some definitions. And so throughout the course of today, we've received some feedback from trustees and some questions. So we're going, based on some of those questions, we're going to be adding the definition of cyberbullying to the definition list. Then when you start looking at section 6, we talk about some guiding principles. We mention the student device program, and we talk about also the restrictions to the social media programs in our schools that have been blocked. And in 6.4, we get into the nuts and bolts of the restrictions. And so 6.4.4a outlines that students from grades 6 and below at a minimum. And those are important words because some trustees have asked about the ability for schools to go beyond the minimum, especially elementary schools. and extend restrictions during the instructional day to grades 7 and 8. And that is possible. And we know that many of our schools have extended the minimum requirement to grade 7 and 8 with community consultation. And we've encouraged that community consultation to listen to the voices of families in our schools. And thus far, it has been very successful in schools that have gone that route. And then part B of that section lists the restrictions in grades 7 to 12 during instructional time. In 6.4.5, we outline the requirements for school staff, duty to accommodate and emergency situations in the subsequent sections. And then near the end, we talk about enforcement and compliance, storage, privacy considerations, and then the training that has been done till now. This is a slightly different policy compared to other new policies in the sense that PPM 124 announced in the spring of 2024 directed school boards to begin restrictions on mobile device use in September of 2024. So we've had a few months of implementation that we have undertaken thus far with very positive results. And this policy will put in formal terms what the expectations are in TDSB schools. So I'd like to stop there and take any questions or comments.
Okay, first up, we have Trustee Laskin.
Student use, the A and B. So I'm not clear. Students in grade 6 and below at a minimum are required to store their devices for the full instructional day. So what's more than that? Like if they have to store them for the whole instructional day, why does it say at a minimum? Like what's more than storing them for the whole instructional day? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think at a minimum refers to students in 6 and below, and that's the minimum. So K to 6, but there is room to extend that to grades 7 and 8. So it doesn't refer to the length of the day, but it refers more to the grades implicated. And so to clarify, we would be willing to move that at a minimum to the beginning of the sentence, so it's clear that more grades are possible than K to 6.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. I am not a favor of a policy, a board policy that still has differentials at a school level. We have, our policies are meant to apply to schools in our area. So I have no problem with a policy that says students are required to blah, blah. Students in grade 7 and 12 are required to. I have great concerns that we should not then be saying, but in your community, you might want to do this differently. That's my feeling, that it's not a board-wide policy if it still allows local discretion, because I can't think of another policy we have that allows that kind of local discretion. Forgive me, maybe staff can, through you, Madam Chair, to staff, maybe staff can tell me one, but we don't have it with a dress code policy. We don't have it through code of conduct. We don't have, like, I mean, I guess we have it through suspension and expulsions, but that's a principal may. But I guess my concern is that if we have a policy, we should have a policy and not leave discretion locally. That's my sense. If I ruled the world, I would not have students 7 to 12 grouped because we have many K-8 schools. We have 6, 7, 8 schools. So I don't know why it wasn't K-8 because we have no more 7, 8, 9 schools and 9 to 12. So I'd like to understand through you, Madam Chair, to staff, why it was grouped in grade 6 and below, and then 7 to 12.
Through you, Madam Chair, we actually had a draft of this policy with 2 options. One option was what you see here, and another option was to change K-6 to K-8, and then 9 to 12. So section A read students in grade 8 and below at a minimum, or we took out at a minimum, and then students in grades 9 to 12. In discussions, we looked at both options. We looked at the current situation in our schools, which has some elementary schools imposing the restrictions up to grade 6 for the instructional day, and then for instructional time at grades 7 and 8. We have those happening right now. We also have right now schools that have with engagement from their community restrictions from K-8. So everyone the same. So that exists right now as we speak. And we thought that that at least in the beginning of the policy, right? This is the first time we are implementing this policy, that we thought that was the way to have flexibility for local communities and achieve the minimum requirements of what the ministry is saying. The ministry, what you read here is also the ministry requirement. K-8 restrictions exceed the ministry requirement. We've also heard in some communities that at this grade 7 and 8 level, there is much resistance to implementing the full instructional day restriction. So when we looked at both options at senior team, we thought that this was the one to recommend to you, subject to your discussion and changes.
Through you, Madam Chair, to staff. So I'm not understanding. I didn't know grades 7 to 12 had recess. Because it says students in grades 7 to 12 are required to store blah, 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 except they may, such as during recess breaks. Do you mean between classes on a rotary system?
We mean at any time that instruction is not happening from 7 to 12. So that would include breaks, any breaks where they are not receiving instruction. There is no restriction on mobile device use.
Okay, so my bare minimum, if we want to know what minimums are, students in grades 7 to 12, I think the breaks should come out and you can leave in lunch. But I find it, I don't know how it will be appropriately supervised. How is, unless teachers know all their kids, differentiating between some students in grade 5 are bigger than some students in grade 8, and breaks and in between classes and using it like I mean, and I know there will be pushback from parents. So understanding there'll be pushback from parents who say they have to get in touch with their students, especially if they have a younger sibling. We have to touch base at lunch because they might have to come home after school to because I can't be home or whatever. I understand the lunch piece, but I certainly don't support during breaks, and I certainly don't support the word recess there in grades 7 to 12 through you, Madam Chair. The other piece is I understand what the ministry requirement is, but in terms of mental health and that research, is there really a distinction between whether you're in grades 6 or whether you're in grade 7 or 8 in terms of the effects of cell phone use? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, we wouldn't be able to comment on the mental health pieces. I would have to refer that to a colleague. Shameen perhaps could provide some details on that. What I would say is so another thing that trustees may want to keep in mind is any deviation from what you see in this particular section will represent a change from what we have in schools right now. So I just ask you to keep that in mind around the expectations that have been built over the past 4 or 5 months and what a change in that at this point would do.
Madam Chair, please put me back on the list because I'd like to ask a question about what our staff have experienced in schools over the first 4 months and what EDFO or OSSTF might have to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Associate Director.
I just wanted to contribute to the conversation a bit. What you see before you does represent the ministry direction. And we were thinking that Part A gave flexibility for school organizations that might be K-8. And so an administrator team with their school council would be talking about this and potentially considering we want to use the same requirements for our entire school and not to separate between the 6s and the 7s and 8s. So that was part of our thinking. But we certainly agree that the school organization can prove to be a challenge in its implementation. But we thought locally administrators with their school councils would have be able to garner a direction and support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you so much for all of the thorough work that went into the creation of this policy. I have a couple of questions. With the restrictions on social media, is YouTube social media?
Through you, Madam Chair, YouTube is not one of the restricted sites. There is a list of about a dozen, and YouTube is not one of them. I could certainly share the sites that are restricted currently with trustees in the next update of Trustees Weekly.
Okay, thank you. So currently in my son's class, who is a grade 8, the teacher locks up the cell phones unless it's recess or lunch. And so with this policy, it seems that the kids are responsible for keeping their phones on their person. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are many ways in which cell phones are put away. What you've mentioned is one that is highly prescriptive and decided by a teacher with a class. There are other ways that teachers have asked students to put their phones away. It could be as easy as put them in your bag and please don't take them out. So it could be something very structured, like you mentioned, or less structured. We've heard of some teachers asking students to put them in paper bags and put them on the corner of their desk. We have other schools that have storage units in classrooms. There are shoe holders that have about 30 slots. And when students come in, they put their phones there. Of course, all means of storage. Teachers have to think about security of phones. So, but they're just in brief, there are many ways in which teachers have thought about storage in their own particular classrooms.
Okay, okay. And they'll be allowed to maintain that discretion around those things. Okay, perfect.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand for 7 to 12, the non-instructional time and what that encompasses. So, for instance, would a spare period be non-instructional time?
If there is a spare period, that would be considered non-instructional time.
For that specific student or group of students?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Okay, actually that answers some other questions too. And I did just want to make the comment along the lines of what Trustee Laskin had said about the lunchtime use for grade 7 and 8. You know, many of those students do go off school property for lunch. And then there's the importance of that communication as well. I've totally done it where my older child has had to come home early to look after a younger sibling. So I do appreciate those parameters in place for grade 7 and 8s as well. And I guess it's just something to think about in terms of language, whether that shifts from 7 to 8 or if middle school language is included, because as somebody mentioned previously, we've got 6, 7, and 8 schools that are middle schools. So you know, however we're going to tackle that as individual cases, I guess, should be thought of as well. So thank you.
Okay. Trustee Laskin, can I pass the chair?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I think Sarah emailed a huge list of questions earlier today, and those were mine, so I won't repeat them because I think you've covered them as well. So my one outstanding question is, oh, sorry, thank you for all the work and all the stuff over the, last year. This is really great. My question is about under 610 is about awareness and training and education. So it would be nice if that item 610 actually had the word education in the title. That's, a preference for me. I think I side with Shelley Laskin on this one. That's, we like the words education and, development as opposed to training necessarily, but it's a personal preference. It says that under 6.10.2 that TDSB will disseminate education and evidence-based guidance and materials. I wonder if staff could maybe elaborate for me so I have an idea of what that means, because my hope in the development of this policy is that this would also come with really strong education programs and especially for what I think, especially for kids at the end of primary and in middle school, early middle school, before they have phones. And I use, it's just one example. I have many examples, but I use the one example that my child in grade 4, who does not have a phone, she's in grade 6 now. We have not given her a phone, and yet in grade 4, her teacher emailed us to tell us that all the grade 5s in her class, emailed the whole class to say all the grade 5s in the class have cell phones, and I need to tell you what they come in from recess talking about. And these were grade 5 students with unrestricted access to the internet. And whatever you can imagine that they accessed on the internet is what was in that email. Um, social media pieces, critical thinking pieces. So they were coming in and laughing about racists who were posting things to social media that was like, oh, this funny man posted this video, a funny man who's known for anti-Semitism and his and misogyny. And I'm grateful for the teacher that we had in that instance and how connected she was to the kids, and for what became a really good education and engagement program in the school. But, I have a parent whose kid didn't even have a cell phone yet, and we had to address this. So there's lots of great things to technology, but, not if it's unregulated or, and it doesn't come with strong education. And like everything, once kids have access to it, it's really hard to take it away. So if we can have education programs that, get them on board with responsible use before they actually have one, that would be awesome.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of points related to that. First of all, we do have media literacy strands in our language courses that we could do some work in that regard. We did produce some mini modules to support the policy. I did want to make one thing clear, though. The social media channels are blocked on board internet only. So recognizing that phones have their own internet capability where they don't have to tap into the Wi-Fi, students outside of instructional time do have access to their phones and their own internet feeds. So I just wanted everyone to know that there's no way for us to block internet on phones, only our own Wi-Fi.
Anything further?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Please take the chair back.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you to all of the staff and to everybody who's contributed to this policy. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Principal Tyrell and her involvement and leadership on this as well. Just one quick comment. I think following up on Trustee Arts is look at that section 6. If 6.10.2, the dissemination of information, which I think is great, if I'm reading correctly or understanding correctly, I think this audience is meant to be students, staff, and parents, caregivers, and guardians, which I think is important to distinguish. So I'm just wondering if that might be added or if it might be considered to be added, so it's clear that that education is also for community to support the overall efforts and efficacy as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, we could make those changes. We'll be adding education to the title instead of training, and a notion that everyone is included in the educational pieces, including parents and community.
Thank you, and that's all for me. Great work, and really great to see this.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff, for this report. I have a question on 6.4.5, use of a mobile device by school staff. So for instructional time, in A, we are saying staff may use personal mobile devices during instructional time for educational purposes or in case of emergency. While in second paragraph, we are also saying personal mobile device use should be minimized during instructional time to make sure that full attention is given to teaching and supporting students. Can staff explain to me what is the difference between these two?
Through you, Madam Chair. First of all, personal mobile devices are permitted for instructional use by both teachers and students. In including that extra line, we're trying to raise the issue of issues such as screen time and also a variation in teaching strategy so that we're making sure that all learning needs are addressed. So I think that's the intent of that section, to just highlight those things.
Thank you to the staff and to Madam Chair. Is it possible to make it very crystal clear? Instead of we know the intent, but there are probably 40,000 of our staff, they might not know the intent. So can we make it crystal clear that what is the purpose of this? If it's possible, through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, a procedure will follow this policy, and in the procedure, we can add some details around the best use of personal mobile devices in a broad repertoire of teaching strategies. So that's where we would see putting something like more detail around this, especially as it relates to teacher practice.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to go back at 6.4.4. And I know we are requesting students to keep the devices out of the view. Now, when you say out of view, what if a child does not bring a backpack to school? So what does out of view mean? Should they put in a locker? Should they put somewhere else?
Through you, Madam Chair, out of view could mean putting it in their pocket, putting it in a place that it's out of sight, and actually it says powered off as well. So that can't be interpreted in various ways. The intent is to put it in a place where it can't be seen or used.
All right, thank you. And I had one more question which slipped from my mind. All right, I'll rest my question. Is there anybody else on speaker's list? Because I forgot one question I had on this, but it's okay. Through Madam Chair, thank you, staff, for this, and thank you for the report. Appreciate all your hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Sriskarendra Raja.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just to sort of add to or build on what Trustee Arts and Trustee Patel said, I really like the idea of the education piece, and I know that was mentioned around students. But I just want to ask through the chair, what are we doing to sort of raise awareness and change culture in terms at the school local level amongst staff? And I say this because I ever so often get complaints from parents that they see their child's teacher during lunch supervision on their phones. This is sort of a complaint that I get. And so what are we doing to kind of raise that awareness that this policy is not just for students, and that it's for staff as well? And how do we build sort of that culture? Because, just like Trustee Art says, once the culture's there, it's really hard to change. I'm thinking we could all benefit from not being on our phone as much. So the question is, what are we doing for amongst staff to build that culture that we shouldn't necessarily be on our phones? And I say this from a place of knowing it is so extremely hard not to. How are we going to cultivate that sort of environment amongst our staff?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to answer initially and then invite Claudine and John to talk about some of the consultations they have done. Enforcement has been an issue that has been raised in terms of differential enforcement and differing expectations, let's say, in some circumstances. So first of all, when the directive was in place in September, we spent time talking to principals and they spent time talking to staff about the expectations. But we will continually review those expectations with staff as we notice that there may be some differential enforcement or use that contravenes the directive. So we will continue to do that and have had occasion to do so already. Claudine and John, any comments?
Good evening, and thank you, Jack. And through the chair, I think we heard very clearly through our student consultations with various groups that we did in both the pre and the draft policy consultation that students continually reminded us that we needed to pay attention to this exact issue and that we needed to not just work with students on the enforcement and the restrictions, but also to talk about that with the staff. And that's through the principals and the leadership of the principals in the school. And particularly in being that it's new in September, and now we've had this sort of period of time and a few months has gone by, it's looking at what do we need to fine tune, what kind of messages are students sending us in terms of their feedback, and principals looking at what do we need to do in terms of our messaging and working with staff going forward. And that for sure needs to be revisited when we go into next school year, once we've had a year to reflect and to really see how the whole policy played out, as well as the PPM since September. So it's a valid point.
Claudine, any comments?
Yes, through the chair, I'd like to add what John has mentioned as well as what Jack has mentioned. Being a principal in a school setting, we have to ensure that there is consistency, and we have been reminding staff of the expectations of them. I just want to clarify in terms of the staff use of personal mobile devices. We know that for educational purposes, they're using it to take attendance, and there is an understanding that they are putting their devices away once they have done that. But again, we are ensuring consistency amongst all the grades. And again, returning back to school in second semester, we are going to remind all members of our school community of the rules around the mobile devices.
Thank you, and thank you to staff. This is just, really difficult work. I don't think we've ever had to face anything like this, and how the screen, acts as a conduit for all sorts of things. But I appreciate your work on this, and I look forward to the updates as the policy continues forward.
Thank you. Is there anybody who has not asked questions yet, who wants to ask questions or has a comment? Okay, if not, then we'll go back to Shelley. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. One of the things that just came up as I've been listening is the executive superintendent's comments on we can't control what's already loaded on an individual student's device. All we can do is what's within the school's Wi-Fi. I think that point has to be explicitly clear in the communication to parents that we only control the Wi-Fi, you control what your students can access. And I think that point has to be really clear. There was a horrible situation about a child that was groomed, and that was on a school device. We're protecting against that, but on a child's own device. I think parents just have to realize that, and it needs to be explicit. I need to go back because I am really not understanding the students in grade 6 and below at a minimum. Where that at a minimum is just makes no sense to me, because all students in a K-6 school would be under the same rules, and that is devices are out and powered off for the whole day. So I'm not sure what a minimum means. I don't know how you can be more restrictive than that. In a 6, 7, 8 school, I'm not sure how that then works. Does that automatically imply that the 6s in that 6, 7, 8 school are on one set of rules and the 7, 8s are on another set of rules? And is that being modeled now within the system? And what, through you, Madam Chair, to staff, have you received any feedback on that? Is that where the at a minimum should go, with a separate A, B, maybe a C, or B becomes C and there's a B that says in, JK to 8 schools or 6, 7, 8 schools? Just so it is explicit. So at a minimum, they're off during the instructional day. Locally, you could determine if they're off at lunch or at breaks. So I'm just asking staff, because the way it's written now, I'm really not understanding that phrase at a minimum. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
So there are a number of questions there. I'm going to ask Claudine and John to comment on feedback. So that's your 1-minute warning that it's coming. But I'm going to try to clarify what at a minimum means in 6.4.4a. At a minimum refers not to the time during the school day, whether it's instructional day or instructional time. It refers very specifically to the grades. So grade 6 and below, at a minimum, grade 6 and below, but with local engagement, with community engagement, you could extend that to grade 7 and 8. That's what the at a minimum refers to. So if there's a way that we can introduce that idea more clearly, certainly open to hear that. So in other words, 6 and below, for sure, nothing during the instructional day. However, schools that are K-8 can choose with local engagement to extend those requirements to grade 7 and 8. So if there's a better way to say that, we're open to changing that language. But at a minimum, would it help if we put at a minimum at the beginning of the sentence? That was one suggestion. So it's more tightly linked to the grade levels.
Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, I would take at a minimum out of that section A, and I would have a different section about.
Okay, so schools, through you, Madam Chair. With local engagement.
Like something explicit.
Something like that. Schools may choose to include the restrictions during the instructional day for grade 7 and 8, maybe?
Or whatever staff determine that's explicit language. Sure. But right now, I mean, maybe I'm the only one that is reading this and just being really confused, because it seems like it's crystal clear, grade 6 and below.
Correct.
That's why I'm struggling, because 7 and 8 isn't reflected in A at all. Okay. It's just 6 and below. But I trust staff for me, the more explicit it is, the better it would be. And then I did try to give warning. I'm very interested in the unions and federations because I know there is concern, even with principals, I would imagine.
Great.
In terms of the police, I use that in quotations, the policing or the implementation of this policy and the concerns that they have in terms of risk and responsibility. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, we did hear similar concerns very practically. When I'm on the yard and I'm supervising recess, I don't know the difference between, I may not know the difference between the group of grade 6 students who are not allowed to have their phones during the instructional day and the grade 7 and 8 students who are allowed to use them during non-instructional time. We heard those concerns. That is a complication that some schools have chosen to deal with the differing requirements, and other schools have said blanket K-8, no phones. But I will refer the question also to Claudine first and then John for comment, because they were meeting with different groups and may have some insights to share. So Claudine first.
Through the chair, in terms of the questions around K-6, 7 and 8, 9 to 12, we did get a lot of feedback when we did some consultations with administrators at the beginning of the school year and in August, and also at the beginning of the school year. And then we did some monthly check-ins to see how it was going. And there were concerns where we had K-8 schools that were asking to have communication items that were directed specifically for schools that were K-8 and made the decision to go K-8. We also had other schools where they wanted separate responsibilities for the students in grade 7 and 8 and something separate for K-6. So it did change across the board. We also, in our consultations, and this was in both the pre-consultation and the consultation, heard from students who spoke about the difficulty their families might have in contacting the school and the confidence that it would bring to families to ensure that their student was safe when they went to school, and being able to communicate with families in terms of childcare and other items like that pertaining to supporting the family. So it did vary across the board, and that is why we were in support of having a K-6 and under, and then 7 to 12. I can also speak about some of the consultations that we did with our union partners. They had definitely a lot of questions around some of the similar items, especially when it came to their union members and the use of their devices during instructional time, as well as how this would impact occasional teachers as well, and what kind of supports that they would be receiving as well. And I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you. And through the chair, just add a little bit to what Claudine said. In terms of the consultation with the teachers' federations, there were a number of questions, more specifically relating to storage and enforcement, that were significant in terms of the feedback that they wanted to hear. And it was very clear that there's a tremendous amount of variation going on between the schools, and that flexibility between schools was really important. The other piece, I think, that came through related to the importance of some of that flexibility, and heard of one example where we have a K-8 school where it was decided that students in grades 7 and 8, so it was sort of a partial enforcement and local decision, where students in grade 7 and 8 on their free time, for example, at lunch, could go off to lunch where they buy lunch in the community, etc., would be able to use their phones in that free time, but the students who stayed and remained in the school, who perhaps didn't have the means to be able to go out and do that, couldn't use their phones within the school. So there was a discussion about how to make that more equitable and provide access to students in grade 7 and 8 so that they in fact could have the use of those phones within the cafeteria, within that space, within the free time. So there are so many different variations and different pieces of feedback that we heard that really reinforced the flexibility, the importance of the flexibility when decisions are being made.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I get the K-8 school and I get the 9-12 school, but I still think there would be some concerns, so to be explicit, in a 6, 7, 8 school. I have a number of 6, 7, 8 schools. They're mostly K-5s, and then it's 6, 7, 8. So in a 6, 7, 8 school, from this policy, the 6s are in one set of rules and the 7, 8s are in another set of rules. You can modify the 7, 8s to be on the 6s rules, but you can't modify the 6s to be on the 7, 8 rules. And I'm thinking it has to be that explicit. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, just to consider that when people are reading the policy, they should understand it without having to go into the detail of the procedures. And I, you know, you are convincing me that local flexibility is necessary because of all the different permutations that we have in our system. But it just needs to be clear what that local flexibility means, because if I'm a parent who has multiple kids in different configurations of schools, I could have a child in a K-8 school and I could have a child in a 6, 7, 8 school, and they could be operating under different rules, which if there's local flexibility, I get that. Communities will provide advice to their principals. But I just think it needs to be more explicit in the language, and I thank staff for their consideration.
Thank you. So Trustee Patel, were you still on the list? You had more questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I did remember the question. I don't know if I missed something in the policy. Do we have something for like the school administration staff? I don't see anything in here.
Through you, Madam Chair, all staff are included in the staff directive. Does that help, Trustee Patel?
Thank you, Jack. But when it comes to see, we are specifying something of instructional time, right? And the administration staff, you know, I don't know how you're going to classify them because they are not in an instructional timing frame, right? So, I mean, something specific for them would help us. And then to Trustee Anu's point, and that's where she reminded me about this, that, you know, I do get complaints about, you know, the front desk always, you know, on the phone or things like that. And somebody just raised the question that it's very tough to reach the front desk, right? So, I mean, I would really happy to see something directly addressed to them.
Through you, Madam Chair, once again, all staff are required to not use personal mobile devices for non-work purposes. And that extends to everyone in the building.
If that covers, so then enforcement becomes the key component of all those things then.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. So we would expect that of all of our employees. I'll give you an example of something that wouldn't be considered instructional purposes, but is part of the job. Somebody mentioned taking attendance in the morning that teachers do on their phones. That's really not providing instruction, but it is part of the role of the teacher to do that.
All right. Thank you, Jack, and thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, can I pass the chair?
Please do.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to recap because I heard a few pieces go back and forth. So what was mentioned in terms of like small wording changes and things like that, that will come to board after today? Okay. So that would be in place for the next board meeting. Yeah, and I think Trustee Laskin's comments here, the policy would maybe benefit from under 6.4.4, a shift to a section for elementary and a section for secondary. And those, so A would be elementary because that's where the different rules come in, and secondary is just, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, just a slightly more breakup would maybe help in that. Make that understandable. Okay, I'll take
Anything further?
Nope, that's all. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions online. Oh, you're moving or no? One more question.
I just, the actual recommendation is as presented in this report. We've talked about making some changes. So through you, Madam Chair, to staff, is it preferential to move it without recommendation to board? Or is it preferential to move it with like, I'm just trying to think of the appropriate wording because I'm not comfortable saying as presented in this report because that implies it is exactly as it's written here. So I'm seeking some advice through you, Madam Chair, about how to change the recommendation.
Do we? Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Through the chair. In the past, several years ago, I do recall, I believe through the disconnect from workplace procedure, the resolution that was passed at committee was that the matter referred to board, taking into consideration the comments that were raised in committee, and then a new updated version is brought to board for consideration. So it is a bit of a good faith thing that the detailed notes of the comments, but I think it's a very simple way of getting it through.
So just to be clear, then I would be happy to move. It's recommended that the personal mobile device use in schools policy reflect whatever language the associate director used. I would be happy to move that, Madam Chair.
I think it was be referred to board. Taking into consideration feedback.
Comments made at committee.
Comments made at committee.
As long as you agree to pre-read it or show. Make sure that we get that elementary, secondary works.
Would need a seconder.
Bella, did you get that? Oh. Perfect. I think, yep. Okay. Would you like to move that?
I'd be happy to move that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I need a seconder, please.
Kanawaja?
Thank you. Could we open the vote, please?
Kanawaja in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
In favor. Trustee
in favor.
Nunziata in favor.
I think that was Shan and Nunziata in that one together. Thank you. That carries. Our next item on the agenda is 5.3, P013, revisions to the out of area admissions policy. And who's speaking to this?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll ask System Superintendent Ronnie Felson to speak to this.
Trustees, before you is a report with recommendation to approve revisions to the out-of-area admissions policy. The impetus behind the revisions was our system change to moving kindergarten registration from February to January, And as a result, housekeeping updates about the dates for childcare access to schools needed to be made. You'll be able to see the track changes in Appendix A beginning on page 47 of your agenda package. The revisions include removing the date for childcare from the policy and having that information sit in the procedure, PR 545. Other housekeeping changes are being proposed to the policy, including updating references to extended and immersion French programs with current terminology in our board as intensive French language programs, updates to the evaluation cycle to reflect the board's 5-year policy review cycle, clarification on definitions, including the designated school by address definition to emphasize primary place of residence of the parent, guardian, and adult student. And finally, on page 55 of the agenda, you'll see that we have removed admission information about September 2023 and September 24 as we phase out the sibling priority in secondary schools. Happy to answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff? I don't see any online or in the room. And so could I get a mover and a seconder, please?
Raja.
Thank you.
I can second it.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. And the vote is open.
Raja in favor.
Nunziata in favor. Patel in favor.
Pay in favor.
Trustee Shan? No. Oh, Trustee Gose? How do you vote? She's online. And that carries. You staff win the prize on for the quickest report on that one. So our next item is 5.4 PR 592, naming schools, teams, and special purpose areas, critical review recommendation. And who's this? Director, Associate Director Salmon?
No. Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you. Thank you for loading that. If you can go to the next slide. So before you this evening is a report with respect to school renaming. And part of what we've done is provided information around a final step for this particular process. Online this evening in order to support is Dr. David Cameron, is Daniel Castaldo, and also is Jeffrey Caton, the centrally assigned principal for the Center of Excellence. So I will begin. When we look at the key guiding principles for this particular report, what we've outlined in PO 47 is the notion that this particular policy and procedure really emphasizes some key guiding principles. Number one, with respect to TDSB's mission, values, and goals, which is PO 31, our human rights policy, equity policy, Truth and Reconciliation Commission's of Canada's calls to action. We've really tried to ground it, and each time that we've been before committee, those have been the key guiding principles around both the policy and the procedure. We also, in this particular policy, wanted to center student voice with respect to the renaming process, and that was a significant amount of the consultation process that took place between 2021 and 2024 as we moved forward in the different aspects of this particular process. We wanted to also provide inspiration, dignity, and respect for those that were involved, because this is really a very, very sensitive issue for so many communities and for so many of our students across the TDSB. We wanted to prioritize and involve local community and reflect the diversity of Toronto, and to take into account the impact of colonialism and anti-Indigenous racism. So much of this is steeped in history, and history matters to individuals. We wanted to make sure that as part of our guiding principles that we rejected any names or symbols or namesakes that were tied to systems of oppression. So those are the guiding principles that were actually outlined in both the policy and also articulated in the procedure. And this particular document that's before you tonight is the final step that we had committed to trustees to engage in. Next slide, please. Now, the context, TDSB is a leader in promoting equitable and inclusive practices within its schools. In recent years, there have been increased public attention on the names of public buildings, including schools being named after individuals whose historical legacies no longer represent the values and perspectives of communities. And we know that communities and society do change and evolve with respect to this particular notion. On April the 21st, 2021, the Board of Trustees voted to establish a special reference group comprised of students, parents, guardians, caregivers, the TDSB educators, and community members to propose amendments to PO 47 and also procedure PR 592, the naming schools in special purpose areas. Next slide. I'm going to ask system principal Jeff to speak to the next slide. Jeffrey?
Thank you, Audley. So on this slide here, the reference group made a number of recommendations with regard to the creation of a citywide school renaming review. That includes the following pieces. The following schools engage in the renaming process immediately: Sir John A. Macdonald Collegiate Institute, Ryerson Community School, and Dundas Junior Public School. The reference group also made recommendations to determine a specific number of schools that can be renamed each year and establish a framework for students, parents, staff, or community members to request a school name change. In addition, the committee or the reference group also asked to center the voices of students, families, and communities who make up the school population when engaging in the renaming process.
Next slide, please. So staff provided an update at GPC on October the 6th, 2022 on the work of the reference group and agreed with the recommendations that were made. And that came out of the initial reference group that the board had initially asked to be established. Staff committed at that point in time to revise PO 47, the naming of schools in special purpose areas, which was completed on June the 14th, 2023. Secondly, we committed to updating PR 592, the naming schools, teams, and special purpose areas. This was completed in October of 2024. And then the last part was a proactive review process to recommend that the following schools would in fact go through the renaming process. I'll ask Dave to speak to the next slide. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Audley, through the chair. We did as part of the support here, we did a literature review or report on the three historical figures at the center of the name changes of the three schools: Henry Dundas, John A. Macdonald, and Egerton Ryerson. The report's in Appendix A for you to read. That's we decided to start with actually our having a brief discussion of both the diversity in Toronto and the importance of a school name in terms of belonging and identity in schools, and why that is so important for individual students in relation to their engagement and finding academic identity and success in those spaces. We then, knowing that many institutions across Canada are in the exact same situation around public buildings and institutional names, we decided to present a curated list of different resources that and reports that other institutions went through in relation to each of these historical figures to provide a broader context. It's a curated list. It doesn't represent the TDSB's reflect the authorship from the TDSB, but it is reflective of the authorship of of the many institutions that actually went through the renaming process across Canada. The sample is well balanced and articulates two positions on on this particular issue. It's meant to be a resource startup for community work and to work with parents and community groups around the renaming process of these three schools. And it offers a chance to be reflective of the particular context of Canada. Okay, next slide.
So the next steps, upon approval by the Board of Trustees, if approval is granted this evening, the schools identified would engage in the school renaming process that is outlined in PR 592. And I'll ask Dan to speak to the last slide. Next slide, please.
Sure. Thanks, Audley, and good evening, everybody. So the process for renaming schools, it is outlined in the procedure, so 592. And as was stated, that was revised and shared with trustees last fall. So I'll just briefly review some of the next steps in the process. So should it be approved this evening and at full board, the first step is for the local superintendent to form a school renaming committee. And the membership of that committee will include 7 students. So students in grades 7 to 12, they'll represent themselves, and younger students would be represented by their respective parent, guardians, or caregivers. We'll have 2 school staff reps on the committee, 2 school council reps on the committee, as well as the school principal, the superintendent, and trustee. And the committee will invite named submissions from students, from staff, and from the school council. And committee members may also make submissions. A short list of no more than 3 names would be created, and that short list would be ranked in order of preference. The principal could then conduct a student vote to obtain input, and the committee would then review the results of that student vote and ultimately determine which of the names from the short list would be recommended. And at the conclusion of the process, the superintendent would then bring a report with a recommendations back to this committee and then to the full Board of Trustees for approval. Thanks, Audley. Back to you.
And I think that brings us to an end to our presentation, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. And first on the list, we have Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you so much to staff for all of the hard work that went into this. Really appreciate all of the research and attention to detail. I just wanted to comment in favor of this decision on behalf of Ryerson Community School. When I first started as a trustee was when I first started receiving emails and phone calls from Ryerson wondering when their name would be changed. This has been a long time coming. The community has not understood why it's taken TDSB such a long time compared to other institutions, but I have assured them that an immense amount of work needs to go into getting this process right. So I do appreciate this, and on behalf of the Ryerson Community School, I just want to encourage trustees to vote in favor of approving this this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions to the staff. Number one, the consultation process involve quite a bit of reference groups. So I just want to ask the staff, through you, Madam Chair, who are those reference groups?
So thank you for the question. I'll ask Mr. Hayton to respond to that with respect to the reference group.
Thank you. And through the chair, the reference group had a very wide ranging membership, including 20 community members. And they represented at the time the four learning centers across the four learning centers. They also included various stakeholders, caregivers, community groups, and other agencies and individuals. The membership also included 2 student trustees. We had 3 academic advisors, and also the system superintendent of education at the Urban Indigenous Education Center, the system superintendent of education in equity, and 10 school administrators, 6 of which are principals, 4 vice principals, and also 4 staff representatives. So there was a wide range of individuals and a large number that came together to work on the reference group.
Thank
And
you,
what
Jeffrey.
about any particular parental groups or particular student groups you're including the reference group? Because I'm focused here as a parental voices or student voices. I don't think a 2 student trustee would recommend, the whole student body. So I really feel like, it's very important. We have a broader consultation to make this kind of serious decision here. Okay. So who are the parental groups really involved in this decision making? Can you give me a name?
So thank you, and through the chair, part of the actual reference group committee was directed through the board and through an application process. I'll also ask Mr. Caton to continue with that particular conversation around the specifics around that particular group. Jeffrey?
Thank you, and to the chair. So we did have as Ali was mentioning, just a call out and application based on a wide ranging call out and time for people to join and volunteer to be a part of the committee. So we did have individual members, and they could have represented a group or an agency. But we did find that we had individuals through the communities across the entire district actually apply and take part.
So basically you're talking about 20 people in this reference group, right? No particular parental group is really involved in this process.
So through,
go ahead, Jeffrey.
Yeah, so through the chair to answer, we had individuals who were a part of, for example, school councils that were members of their local school councils, who are also on the committee. But like I said, there were just those that actually as we opened it up to apply, those are the people that actually applied.
And so just
you said, okay, go ahead.
So part of this, as was directed by the Board of Trustees, it was a representative group that we were effectively utilizing in order to be able to go forward with this particular reference group. Thank you.
Okay, so you said it's through the application. Chair, my follow-up question would be, like, how this has been broadly advertised to allow more people to get engaged, to understand how important this issue is?
So thank you, and through the chair, as I've outlined, this particular process actually began in 2021 with the reference group that met for 2021 to 2022, and then a series of reports that followed up led to where we are now. Those reports included identifying that we needed to update the policy once the reference group had actually made their particular recommendation. Staff came to committee with the notion that we would in fact support the reference group recommendation, and then we outlined that we would need to update the policy first, then the procedure, and then make recommendations around the critical review. And that's the process we've actually followed over the last 3 to 4 years in order to get to this place. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So my next question is, was John A. Macdonald the first Prime Minister of Canada?
Thank you, and through the chair, are you asking a question of history? I can tell you he was Prime Minister of the country between 1867 and 1891 or 92, somewhere around there.
91, okay.
Thank you.
So he is the first Prime Minister of Canada. Was he the dominant figure in Canadian Federation?
So I'm going to ask the question, if we are going to be through the chair, if we are going to debate the merits of Johnny McDonald at this point in time, I'm not quite sure if that's the nature of this particular report. Thank you.
No, I'm not really debating that. I'm just asking simple questions. I want to think his step position on this person, Sir John A. McDonald. Because I want to understand why you want to make the change of the school name for this particular school.
So thank you for the
It's named after our first Prime Minister.
Thank you for the question. Staff's report is not into debating the merits of the first Prime Minister of this particular country. What we are outlining is a process that we have undertaken around school renaming, and that's in the report that's outlined in front of you. Thank you.
I have a big issue regarding remaining in the school, okay, because I understand staff is going the process remain in the school. But I have to say, if you want to remain in the school, first you got to have a broader consultation within the community, the whole community of TDSB. But I haven't seen that consultation, I haven't gone through that yet for the first step. Second of all, I mean, John A. McDonald is the first Prime Minister of Canada. Is a prominent, dominant figure of Canadian Federation history. Is instrumental in terms of forming Canada as an independent country. So we're required to teach that part of history in our curriculum. So I really want to hope the board can make our students understand we should be proud of being Canadian, should be proud of our history. So I just don't understand why we particularly pick as, the first Prime Minister Canada try to remove his name from the school. I just want to understand what's the rationale for that.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, when we look at Canadian history, we are not ending the teaching of Johnny McDonald in Canadian history. That's actually mandated by the Ministry of Education. It occurs in the grade 10 history course. We start from Confederation in 1867. We take the course all the way to to modern day. And depending on how you choose to teach it, you can either teach it through a thematic approach, or you can take it to a year-by-year approach. But we are not wiping out John A. McDonald from the history books. We still teach that in school in TDSB. Thank you.
So if you still teach that student about how much contribution Sir McDonald did to our country, why we try to remove his name from the school? So not honoring his contribution to our country.
So what we have outlined in the actual policy, what we've outlined in the policy with respect to the guiding principles. If you go to the guiding principles around the actual policy or the procedure, part of what the guiding principles talk to is certain expectations that need to be met with respect to what we are looking at around renaming of schools and identifying harm that may have done to different groups. And I think if you take a look at the actual guiding principles of either the procedure or the policy, it will actually speak to the whole notion of rejecting names or symbols or namesakes that reinforce that history as well as the negative impacts of colonialism. It talks about rejecting any names or symbols and namesakes tied to systems of oppression, race, histories of discrimination, stereotypes, bias, prejudice, or hate, and uphold the TDSB's commitment. When we look at certain individuals, part of what we have to be able to reconcile is things such as creating policies or procedures that may have an adverse effect or harm to individuals or to groups. And that has an impact on the students that attend our schools across the system. Thanks.
Okay, through Madam Chair, I want to ask you mentioned colonialism, right? When that started in Canada, colonialism. Can you give me a year?
Would you like to take colonialism back to 1867, or do you want to take colonialism and imperialism back to the 15th century, the 14th century? So there's a long history of colonialism that exists in our history.
So even since the start of our country, we have a colonialism problem.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you are correct.
Through the chair, may I just comment? So I'm just going to say Sir John A. Macdonald has a complicated legacy. He is, on one hand, praised as the architect of Confederation, and then in recent years has been debated about other elements of his legacy. And there are lots of examples, including starving of Indian people or Indigenous peoples, the Indian Act, the creation of residential schools, the hanging of Louis Riel. So there's the challenge right there. We know that other boards have grappled with this, and trustees have the opportunity to not approve the motion. So.
Okay, I think we're talking about, colonialism, and we're talking about, Sir MacDonald is complicated figures, and there's some fact, is reflecting the dark part of our history. But I do think we should honor our history. We should honor our founder of the country. I don't think we're teaching our student properly.
Trustee Pay.
By canceling our country. Yeah.
Your time is
Madam
up.
Chair.
Trustee Pay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Put me back to the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Zucker, for reminding us all that Sir John A. Macdonald, although a great statesman, was also the father of the residential schools. And that legacy continues until this day, let alone being a Confederate sympathizer and a white supremacist. So I thank the committee for its work. It was established in 2021 by this board. The membership of the committee was established by this board. There was a competitive application process. It covered a wide range. We entrusted that to staff, and now the report is before us. My questions, because we have renamed schools in the past, my questions are as to cost. I noticed in the report, it said the resources just implied the policy, and there is no timeline given for the report back of the next step of the process, which is the local community consultations. So 2 questions to staff through you, Madam Chair. What is the cost of renaming a school? And is that going to be budgeted into the 2025-2026 budget? And are 3 going to be budgeted in the 2025-2026 budget? And if that's not known now, perhaps that board, you could come with that information, or maybe provide it to FBEC on Thursday, just in terms of the cost, because I'd just like to go into this with my eyes open about what we're actually committing to, through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, I did have an opportunity to speak with Maya Pichetti with respect to the cost. And part of what she provided information was that the cost, it depends on the size of the school, because it depends on the signage. So the significant cost would range from somewhere around $15,000 to $60,000 for a large school. So it will depend on the actual size of the school. One of the key cost components is the actual outside external sign, the electronic sign that some of the secondary schools have. So as far as where that would be included, it would be covered centrally, and it would need to be included in that 25-26 school year.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if I understood that last part. It would be covered centrally?
Yes, this would be covered centrally, yes.
So say, let's talk 60,000 times 3, that's 180,000. So that's part of a central budget that wouldn't go to something else, is that correct? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff?
Based on the size of the schools that we're speaking about, the largest one would be John A. Macdonald, and that would be the most expensive one, we believe, but it really does depend. And so that would be an approximation, yes.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, back to staff. Is the expectation that the next phase will take the rest of this school year and come back to us in the fall? Or will each of these consultations be different depending on the superintendent that's organizing them? Or will they all be working to a timeline so all three come back in the same report? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
And through the chair, I believe that each of them will take on a different consultation timeline depending on the nature of the consultations that they engage in.
Thank you very much. And my last question through you, Madam Chair, for staff's consideration is to Trustee Pay's questions about who would actually be involved in the renaming. I would appreciate if staff could make it really clear. I'm not sure it was as clear in the report. They might want to consider some modification in terms of who makes up that local school committee. I think it was on one slide, but I just want to make sure there might be approximate numbers of parents and caregivers and guardians and students, just to reassure Trustee Pay that when we do these renaming, because we have had precedent, I'm thinking of Queen Victoria School, for example, that the previous Queen Victoria School, how much community involvement there is in the renaming, and then that recommendation comes to the board. So if that could just be explicit. I know you went through the slides. I haven't had a chance to review them in great detail, but to share this with community, it would be really helpful if it was explicit. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff for consideration.
Thank you, and we're happy to do that. The committees really end up being 7 students and 7 adults, or the adults consists of 2 representatives from parents, caregivers, guardians, 2 representatives from the staff, plus the principal, the superintendent who leads this particular process, and the trustee. Those are the 7 staff, or 7 into adults.
Through you, Madam Chair, I was just reminded, maybe it's helpful if staff want to pass the information from the former Queen Victoria, because that was through a board report, just as an example of the care and consideration that local communities bring to these renamings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, can I pass the chair?
Please do.
Thank you very much for this report. I'm glad to see that this work is moving forward. It has been many, many years and lots of consultation. So, considering the process for to rename, it's now Dr. Rita Cox School. I do know, like, there, lots of community engagement and involvement and thought went into renaming. My one question, we did not, like some other boards, we did not prohibit renaming to a name of a person. So lots of boards, when they, and institutions, when they have updated their policies recently on naming of buildings, they've just flat out said, you can't use the names of people. And that, I think, takes a bit of risk out of the process. We did not do that. So as these committees go ahead and propose new names, come to their shortlist, I would like to know what kind of research is going into those new names. Because as we can see from the names that we have, that regardless, and I'm going to say this, it doesn't matter how great the accomplishment, we can't in this day and age celebrate slavers and racist and the architects of residential schools. We have to honor what we have in front of us now. And yes, while John A. Macdonald will be taught in school and kids will learn in history, his place in Canadian history, that does not mean we have to celebrate him, warts and all. And there are a lot of warts. So how do we, since we don't prohibit naming buildings after people, and yet how do we ensure that, somebody else doesn't have to go through this again?
So thank you for the question. I'll start off by going to the actual procedure, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Cameron to speak to that part of it. But the names of local, provincial, federal, or international politicians who are currently in office will be excluded from consideration. So current ones will be excluded. And with respect to the second part, I'll ask Dave to respond to that.
I'd only add that given how important it is to center voice in community, that the process has to come from the roots of that community in terms of the kinds of names that are presented. So as an example, there's some really interesting, one of the things that we have in the resources at the back end of that report are other institutional journeys into finding different names as they work through the process with warts and all, so to speak. So as an example, there's interesting context set for Sankofa Square from Dundas Square. There's an interesting conversation set from Queen's University in terms of John A. Macdonald's statue. York Region has a story inside that, obviously, TMU and previously known Ryerson University also. So there's lots of stories there, but we've also had a process already that went really very successfully in terms of renaming. And I think the most important part of that piece is to really, really ground it in community work. We're certainly, as a research department, going to support in any kinds of consultations and things like that that lend a hand to it. But I think grounded in community is a really important concept in that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take the chair back.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for this report. And I want to thank all of the committee members that have spent quite a bit of time and volunteer time getting to this place. I am very much in support of this move for the very reasons that we heard in the presentation, the importance of fostering belonging, embedding identity, and the value that that brings. I think that this is also a very important step and demonstration in reconciliation that we're doing as a board, as a system that's reflected, throughout communities in our schools. And if you've heard a few people say now, the value of the community building. I've had the privilege and honor of being a part of one of these processes, and I can speak to the way it pulls students and staff and community together into conversation, into good, healthy conversation and getting through some of these tensions and using the opportunities for education and doing that visioning together and, arriving at something that community really feels, honors that student voice and honors their identity. We had a wonderful case where we were able to celebrate somebody who's a local hero. And that's the other benefit that this process brings. And we were so lucky to have a living local hero. So not only do the students at Dr. Rita Cox Kinaminagak get to have a school with her name on it, they can go down the street to the library and see her book collection. They can also be a part of a reading when she comes in to visit the school, as she does. And spend time with the students and with the community. And I think when we talk about, again, the value this has in terms of identity and community building, I think that's one wonderful example of how that's come together. And I think there are many possibilities of what that might look like in each unique community and how they take that on. So very much in support of this. I do have two questions. I'm wondering, I know that through our process, there was a process of consulting with Indigenous native language speakers. And I'm just wondering if either the recommendations or the reference group itself spoke to the resources that might be available, whether the Elders Council, the Urban Indigenous Center might be available and wanting to be a part of these processes, or if that would be more at the local level to make connections that way. Does the report or recommendation speak to that?
So thank you, and through the chair, the support and work of UIEC and the elders, certainly our conversations with Tanya has included them wanting to be a part of it, and we've incorporated it into the actual procedure, especially if there's a name that's being considered that is Indigenous in nature. So they are certainly supportive of this particular process and willing to support in this process. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have any further comment.
No, through the chair, thank you, Audley, through the chair. We did have System Superintendent Tanya Sank as part of our reference group and engaged in consultation as a representative through the UIEC and bringing information back and forth to help inform our perspectives that were on the reference group.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you. And then a separate question. One of the sentiments that I know also came up through community was they felt like the naming was a very important step, but very much felt like it was a first step in a continuum of work that would continue within the schools, and felt that commitment to the continued work was important to identify so that the work felt more than being cosmetic. We know all the value it brings, but also getting beyond, the words and the sign on the building. So again, I'm just wondering through conversation in the reference group, whether or not that same desire came up there, that maybe speaking to pledges or other commitments being attached to the process of renaming.
So thank you, and through the chair, part of what's embedded in the procedure is a commitment to educate, to support, and to engage in those conversations. It's actually written in a few places with respect to providing greater education to the community and supporting community in the renaming process. So as we engage in a renaming, part of what we want to be able to provide is an opportunity for learning for all that are involved. And that's part of the reason why, even in providing the literature review speaks to different perspectives around each of the figures, but it talks about the fact that this is an education process that we're engaging in. Dr. Cameron, I'm not sure if you wanted to make a comment here.
I really appreciate that sentiment. I think it's really important to have a thread line through not only nominally having a name change on a building, but also the kind of the social constructive nature of the social interactions, the relationships, and the close association that a local school has to a community. All those things need to be really carefully attended to. So I really appreciate that thinking around it. I know that when I was in a previous job with People for Education as their research director, we would work with rural communities, and they were terrified of losing their elementary school because it was one of the signals that their town was diminishing or dying. So the importance of a school within a local community is a really important idea inside of that kind of sentiment.
Thank you. I was curious whether it comes up. Hopefully that's not the kind of thing that you need to mandate in a process, but something that naturally occurs as part of the community coming together to take up that whole sentiment. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McLean.
Chair, I guess my first question is about Dundas Junior Public School. Can we confirm that the school was named in recognition of the individual and not in recognition of the area in which it's.
Like Dundas, Toronto.
Nobody cares? This isn't relevant, or I'm the only one that thinks this is potentially relevant?
So thank you. And through the chair, I don't have that information in front of me, but staff is happy to take that back.
Because I think it's.
Yes.
There's potentially.
Yeah.
An interesting, the others are two names of individuals, and I understand the historical reference with Mr. Dundas, but there's also until the city was going to rename the streets, I had no knowledge of the history of it that I had with the other two gentlemen. So I'm going to get into the weeds a little bit about the decision-making process. So we form a committee, and the committee, it's been established who the member is going to be of the committee. They create a priority list and of 3 names, and then the principal conducts a vote in the school of the student voice. Is this the same in secondary school as in elementary school? Do the elementary school kids vote in it? Is it given the same weight?
Thanks, and through the chair, with respect to voting, it's differentiated based on the grade. So I believe it's grade 7 and up, the students represent themselves. Grade 6 and under, the actual parents would represent the students in that vote.
Okay, so thank you, and through the chair. So the committee creates a list. They get some feedback from either students or parents of students. And is there a predetermined weight that is designed to be given, or is that just like I'm curious, like it's not binding. We're clearly not making it a referendum. So I'm curious if we've established an expectation around weight.
Yeah, and thank you. And through the chair, part of what we've started with is that the expectation is that we strive for consensus. And where consensus is not able to be reached by the 14-member committee, then it goes to majority. But we also have to continue in the dynamics of that group, center the voices of those who historically are marginalized. So it's a delicate balance that the committees will be asked to embark upon.
Yeah, that last part's really crystal clear. Okay, so now the committee's got 3. I don't even know I'm not even going to go there because I don't really understand how that would play itself out. So the committee's got 3. If we're going to, we're going to hope that everyone's on the same page and we can get consensus. If we can't do that, and majority is going to rule, is this a first past the post majority, or are we in leadership style kind of dropping off the third so that ultimately at least there's a majority of the committee that is in favor of the name change that will be recommended to board? Or is it conceivable that 35% in a mathematical little exercise could win the day?
Yeah, thank you. And a really, really good question. And part of what we've outlined is we've outlined that it is through a consensus is the first expectation, majority vote through a secondary part, but the reality becomes we want to be able to build consensus as much as we can. We want the committees in order to grapple with what is a really significant challenge. And part of the challenge is around the prioritization, because what the committee is actually being asked to do is not just identify 3 new names, but provide a preference to the Board of Trustees that this is our recommendation in an order. So it's not simply just the name, it's also the preference order. And they will need to work through that.
Okay, follow up again through the chair. The preference order is established before the students vote and then again after the students vote? Or is the board going to get the same preference order that they provided the students before they voted?
Yeah. So the actual vote, and I believe that was on one of the slides at the end there, slide 8, I believe. The principal will conduct a student vote, and then the committee will review the results of the student vote and determine which names will be recommended. So the students should get what are the potential recommended ones and in order to vote on. But the committee is the one that actually makes a decision. They take the input of the students, but the committee has to be the one that makes a decision.
Right, thank you, and through the chair. And that's how I understood this when I read it, but then you just answered in such a manner that it was your expectation that the committee, when it made its recommendation to board, was not going to provide a singular name, was going to provide the list of the 3 names that it had provided and put them in a preferential order. So I'm not understanding the value of that, for one, and at what point that list, that preferential order has the ability to change.
And thank you for that clarification. The committee should be providing the Board of Trustees with the 3, up to 3. They could not actually provide 1, but it's up to maximum of 3. They should provide those to the board in preferential order for the board to consider.
So the committee recommends that you choose A, but you should be aware that the finalists and the 2 finalists were B and C.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one question. Why these 3 schools were chosen?
Thank you, and through the chair, these 3 schools were chosen based on the reference group recommendations from 2021 and 2022 that led to staff endorsing those particular recommendations back in 2023 that led to the actual critical review of the names for 2024, and then the report that comes before us this evening.
Thank you. And for a follow-up to you, Madam Chair, does the school community knows about this proposed recommendations?
Thank you. And through the chair, we have informed the school. We have informed the school staff, meaning the administration and the superintendent and trustee of this particular recommendation. Keep in mind that these schools were actually initially recommended back in 2022. So there has been a significant amount of time around this particular thing as far as identifying the 3 schools.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Associate Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Pay. Oh, sorry. Before we go to second round of questions, does anybody else have a first round of questions? I don't see any. Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I just want to start. What kind of consultation process you have done with the school community associated with these 3 local schools?
Thank you, through the chair. At this point in time, we haven't engaged in a consultation process with the school community. That is actually part of the process that the school communities will engage in as part of the recommendation coming out of this board.
So basically, we're not taking any other the schools, the parents, or students' point of view. We're just going to force them, say, okay, this board is decision, we're going to change your name. If that's what we're going to do, always enforce our policy on peoples.
Thank you, and through the chair, what we've done is effectively followed the board policy and board procedures through the course of the last 3 years. That was what staff had been asked to do, and that's what staff have followed up with. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I missed that part of a renaming process. Can the staff clarify to me through you, Madam Chair? Who's going to come up with the names? 3 names. Is the committee going to come up with 3 names?
Thank you, and through the chair, part of what we've outlined in the report is that a committee that consists of approximately 14 individuals, 7 students, 7 adults, 2 from the parent council, 2 that represent staff, 1 that represents the principal, 1 that represents the superintendent, 1 that represents the local trustee. As a group, will form the committee that will bring forward recommendations around the potentially new names. Thank you.
So when you're talking about like those 7 parents, 7 students from local schools, right?
That would be from the local school that is being renamed through the chair.
Okay. All right. So what's the total cost for that? How is it like a step? Yeah.
The approximate cost, the approximate cost depends on the size of the school.
Just
I've
give me
spoken
a
earlier
range.
around the numbers I had outlined earlier, that it was either approximately 15,000 to somewhere around 60,000 for a larger set school. It will vary and it will depend. Thank you.
So is the John A. McDonald School is a large size school?
I'm going to answer that question that it certainly is. It's a secondary school, so secondary schools tend to be larger.
So we're talking about like upper range around $60,000 just renaming a school.
As I've outlined previously, it's approximately around that, up to that.
Okay. Could that be more?
When I speak approximations, approximations is an approximation through the chair.
Okay. All right. I got it. All right. I really want to speak against renaming the school for John A. McDonald, and for the following reasons. I think preserving history for education is very important because we can teach a student to learn from the past. Keeping the name provides an opportunity to educate students about Canada's history, including both the accomplishment and the controversy of John A. McDonald. Renaming might risk erasing opportunity to discuss complex historical figures and their legacies. Contextualization over eraser. Instead of renaming, effort could focus on adding plaques, education resources, or exhibit explaining McDonald's role in Canada's history, both positive and negative. John A. McDonald was Canada's first prime minister and plays key role in Confederation. His leadership helped establish country we know today, and his contributions are fundamental to Canada's history. While his policy regarding Indigenous people were deeply flawed, many argue that his contribution to building Canada should not be overshadowed by this action alone. Renaming a school involved significant costs. We just heard about it could be over $60,000, including updating signage, websites, and the other materials. These funds could be better allocated to educational program or community initiative. Long-standing institutions such as Sir John A. McDonald's Public School often have a deep connection to their community. Changing the name might disrupt this identity and create confusion for alumni, current students, and the community. Renaming one school based on historical figures flaw could set a precedent for re-evaluating many others, potentially leading to a slippery slope where a wide range of names are scrutinized. Historical figures are product of their time, and applying modern standards retroactively risk erasing significant part of our history. Rather than renaming, school could focus on initiatives that promote reconciliation, such as inviting Indigenous history and culture into the curriculum, or partnering with the Indigenous community for meaningful dialogues and programs. Efforts to acknowledge historical injustice could be made through positive actions rather than symbolic gestures, like this one. Not all community members may support renaming, and their voices should be considered. Some may say the name as a part of their community's heritage, or argue that the focus should be on addressing current systemic issues rather than renaming institutions. Human history is complex, and the figures like John A. McDonald embody both achievements and failures. Keeping his name while fostering critical conversation about his legacy teaches the students to engage with history thoughtfully and critically, rather than erasing uncomfortable parts. I
Trustee
argue
Pay, your time
against
is,
rename.
Trustee Pay,
Yeah.
your time is finished.
Okay, I just want to recommend not rename Sir John A. MacDonald High School, and we should honor our histories. Thank you.
Are there any further questions on this item? Not, I need a mover and a seconder. Trustee Laskin, and a seconder from online, please. Trustees online.
I can second it.
Thank you. Could we open the vote, please?
Trustee Pay against.
Patel in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Trustee Siskandaraja. And that carries. So last piece on the agenda are items for information, posted for information only under procedures. And those are under 6.1. First one is PR 560, revised dealing with abuse and neglect of students procedure. And item 6.2, PR 748, development of attendance support procedure, new procedure. These items are for information. I will ask staff if there's any comments on this item, on these items.
Through the chair, just with respect to the second item, it is part of the work that the People and Culture Department have been working on to improve attendance and staffing in our schools. This is a procedure, so it's just for your information. But it does, it's a major milestone in the next step in implementing attendance support. Thank you.
In regards to 6.1, good evening. It is mostly housekeeping items, and again, just here for your information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last item on our agenda is adjournment. So could I get a mover, Trustee Laskin, and a seconder?
I can second it.
Thank you, Trustee Ghost. And all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Any opposed? And I call this meeting adjourned. And thank you, trustees and staff, for the great meeting. Thank you, Bella, for all your help over there. We're a little short-staffed in the room tonight. It's a little sparse. And I also want to say thank you to Sham and Jess Winder for all their tech support this evening. And have a good night and safe travels home.
Madam Chair. Thank you, staff.